Welcome everyone to Swim or Sink number 10. We got a fine crop of fantastic teams in the Gambit today. I am Zillard and I am joined by Shads. How are you doing today, Shads?
Pretty good. Getting into the holiday spirit. How are you doing?
25 days of Christmas have started yesterday because apparently it's the second and the first just didn't even happen. And time is a flat circle and I have no clue when anything is, but I'm feeling great. I'm feeling happy. My voice is all rubberized and buttered, and that is not the right word I wanted to use there, but we're going to go ahead and roll on with it. All right, so game one, we are moving on to Tower Control, Manta Maria. This is, I believe this is new team Beans_SPL against, I believe, a pickup whose name I am not really familiar with right now, but we are just going to go ahead and get right into it. A lot of familiar names today. Two that come into mind on Beans SPL is Turtle, the tent player, as we see the tent on Tower Controls coming out with Umbrella. And I remember Lost and Pokeboy on the other side with the V-Carbon and the Foil Squeezer, respectively. What do you got to say about them?
I'm going to be excited to see how well Lost does with the Carbon. I haven't actually seen them play before, but I've heard a lot of things about them.
I've had a handful of scrimmages against Lost, and I believe one set where I was on the losing end of Lost. And I will say they are absolutely terrifying to playing against. Unfortunately, they do go down right there, as Beans will get the first crack at the tower and move it a little bit. Bodies are flying everywhere, a lot of trade. Umbrella's going to be able to push that tower just a little bit further, but I think right now it's going to be a... Oh, there you see the Carbon Roller.
One of the first victims that Lost will probably play this match. So I know this champion is running double Umbrella, which isn't something you see a lot. Oh, speaking of Beans, they are 3 down, so that's a good opportunity for Fire Pit to push up and get a good lead.
Yeah, exactly. And you're absolutely right. You never really see double Umbrella, especially on Tower Control. You'll see one Umbrella on Tower Control. Umbrella is one of the better Tower Control objective-based weapons, but like 10 on Tower Control is, you don't get a lot of people going with the dedication of on 10 Umbrella to play it effectively on Tower Control. And that's one thing that I really respect about Turtle, especially, is Turtle's been grinding the tent for months and months now, and shown a lot of dedication and the willingness to play it on any map, any mode. And the hammer comes out from Turtle already. So that camo tent gets the triple. No need to yeet, but that's a 3-down situation, and they're able to push the tower.
Some early tent missiles there, I'd say, but he's still on the cut. Looks like he's going to pick off the Intrepid, and he does. So now he's flanking. Is Lost going to get him?
Able to get the take on Pokeboy, but Lost does get the vertical flick. Now Lost is in a great position to defend the tower, but with the Carbon Roller and not a lot of pieces to work around, you don't really have a lot to do with. Lost is still able to get the armor off the H3 and take it out. Gets another vertical, and this is a dangerous position for Yellow Team to be in, and they end up coming out.
Lost is going to push up, probably try and get some picks up of the Yellow Team from pushing back in. Looks like she's going to have to back up a little bit, though, because of those Umbrellas.
Yeah, but like, if you're on Beans, that's a terrifying position to be in, and you see the Sharkin coming out. They have to keep calling Sharkin Carbon, Sharkin Carbon, and the Carbon is like they can't move. Lost can't move, but they're still living and able to get these really, really amazing picks. And it's just the advantage of verticality, as you see Lost picks up yet another pick with that Carbon Roller.
Looks like Pokey and Kugo are pushing up, trying to get some space off to work with. They kind of need to watch that top left a bit more, but it seems like all of their pushes have been shut down by somebody on the top left. Oh, that's a trade. 3 down for Fire Pit, so that's going to be Yellow's chance to get back in and take over mid.
Yeah, and you were saying it's about that top left. That top left is such a strong position for the defending team, but Lost kind of, with the ability of the Carbon to just poke at people with that vertical flick from under, it's done better for Fire Pit push versus Beans, which is having the tough position of having to deal with Lost directly under them. They are holding on to the lead, but right now it's a game of paint. Doesn't look like either team in particular has a great team composition. I can't really give it one way or the other, but that's why there's so much stalemate going on. That's why it's like a lot of bodies trading, bodies flying. You do see a extended wipe coming out in favor of Beans SPL. And I'm just going to call him Team Beans because Beans SPL is a silly thing to say. Missiles come in for Luke, but he is called out. Can he get the pick on Kugo? Does get the pick on Kugo. Can he get the pick on the fire? Oh, there's Lost and able to get the trade with Lost. So ability to take the lead from Beans right here, and they do.
Oh, another pick there, so that's just going to push him past the second checkpoint. Poke's going to shut it down on the top left with that Squeezer. That's a white fruit or fire pit, so Yo's going to have to push up and to keep Blue from getting that lead back, because it's not really that big of a lead. Yes, there's a checkpoint in the way, but if they get a good wipe, then that's going to be easy to get that lead back.
Yeah, as the specials are starting to come out in succession for Fire Pit, you see the bubbles come out in front of that checkpoint, trying to position them so that they can get the timer out of the checkpoint. Well, not going to matter anyway, because the K-Shot is going to bomb them off the tower. The baller is popping in and off of the checkpoint. There's the bubbles, there's the splashdowns, there's all the things, and they are pushing in, but they're able to get on the tower. Beans does take game one. Really, really valiant effort coming in from both sides, and interesting composition, but it's a breath of fresh air for me.
Absolutely. Most people in the West would look at that comp and they'd say that it would never work, and Beans found a way to make it work.
Well, I think on both sides are particularly funky compositions. Like you didn't really see a dedicated painting weapon or armor weapon on the side of Fire Pit. On the side of Beans, all we really had was the H3, when NZAP is usually the dedicated armor weapon of choice for tower control maps. And obviously you have the double Brella. K-Shot's pretty normal, I will say, on tower control, but moving on, we do have fan favorite Splatzone's Inkling Art Academy. I will expect Pokeboy to stay on that Squeezer and Lost to stay on that B-Carbon, but I'm curious to see how Yatta and Kugo are going to make adjustments in this game too. Barely missing out on that game one, if nothing but just for a valiant push. On the other end, obviously, I think we're going to see Turtles stay with that tent, but the question is, are they going to go the vanilla tent, or are they going to stay with that camo tent? And I do know that Turtle has been flexing multiple variants of the tent umbrella. I'm also curious to see if the other members on the team are going to end up staying or switching out. I haven't really seen much from the other members, so curious to see how they change anything up if they do end up changing something.
Well, Beans did ready up relatively quickly, so I would assume they're not going to be making too many changes. If they keep the double Brella, I will guess that the vanilla Brella is going to swap to a Sorella.
Yes, Sorella is actually a great pick, especially on zones, and that would probably, from comboing the Sorella Brella kit with that vanilla tent kit would be something I think causing a lot of irritation on the side of Fire Pit, especially.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's see if there's going to be any changes. No changes. Oh, wait, no. Sorella Brella's coming out. And then a Kimmy. Wow. Okay. I think this is like the second recorded instance ever of a K-Mini coming out into competitive Splatoon.
One thing that I do like seeing on Fire Pit comp now is the fact they have the Kimmy, they have the Junior. That's going to provide Lost a lot more pain. The Sorella Brella is already down. And then Turtle goes down. So both Brellas, one's down, the other one's respawning. Luke uses missiles. Not really sure how effective they're going to be.
Yeah, definitely an entirely different story from the start coming in. How about a masterful Splat Bomb from Pokeboy? As any good junior does, you have to have great Splat Bomb placement, able to back up because of the mobility of the Splat Junior. And it's a little unfortunate seeing someone switch from such a skill-heavy weapon in the Squeezer, skill ceiling and skill 4 weapon, to the Junior, which is the training wheels weapon. However, its effectiveness cannot be understated, and clearly it's working really well, considering that Lost absolutely needed the paint, was given free reign last game in certain situations to dominate. Yeah, they do end up losing the zone, unfortunately. So good take back on the side of things.
Yeah, much longer and they would have been in a really bad spot. So it looks like, are we going to see a yeet? Yes, we are. And it gets someone. That was beautiful.
That was perfection. I'm actually curious to see if the Brella on Beans was expecting the shield to actually save him, but I'm actually curious. I'm not 100% on this mechanic if the hammer is stopped by the Brella or if it goes through. I think it does actually stop the Brella, and we got a hammer chase going on. It's like a game of Snake. Oh, the yeet on the ground. Turtle able to get off and gets. Woohoo! Turtle, that was an amazing play.
Let's goes in trouble. Gets taken down by 2. Beans is looking really strong. I thought for sure that they were going to get KO'd at the beginning, but now they've completely turned the tables.
Yeah, it's
3 down on the side of Fire Pit. I don't think they're going to be able to get back in time.
And that is a 2-0. Fantastic counter push coming in, able to adjust from the initial armor push and come back. And I think, how about that hammer double coming in from 10, able to get the yeet point blank on the other hammer chasing, and then immediately gets the one pump in the face of the other guy chasing him in the corner. And then from that, it was just all she wrote.
Absolutely. Well, Fire Pit's down in loser's bracket, but they could make a pretty decent loser's bracket run.
Oh, absolutely. They showed a lot of strength in this set, and I think I'm not entirely sure if this is a new team or a pickup that Fire Pit is, but for the first round, it is what it is. I think they were being a little experimental, especially with that tower control game. The composition didn't really make a lot of sense, so they obviously have the opportunity to change things up a little bit in that losers bracket.
Absolutely. They keep giving Lost paint, and Lost will just have a field day with everything.
Yeah, 100%. As we wait for, I think we will take a quick break as we wait for the next seeds to get set up and the stream to update. But we will be right back. Thank you. Welcome back to round 2 of Swim or Sink 10. Right now, we are moving into a matchup between Temptation, and I'm not sure what that second team is called, but I definitely recognize almost all of them. Midnight, that's right. So it's Temptation versus Midnight, and we definitely just discussed this outside of the VC, and I should have known, but I am a low-rate commentator who doesn't remember things. Anyway, we're moving on with Temptation's a brand new team. They have a couple of fantastic wins under the belt, some definitely eye-popping wins. I think they did get an upset over Sonder, and I know the Sonder guys are going to be upset that I just said that, but I'm looking to see some good things out of them today.
Absolutely. Now, Midnight, I recognize Rhythm's name. I recognize Tug's name. They're both really strong players. I want to say I recognize Tenta's name too. We'll see what happens. It's Clan Blitz Skipper Pavilion.
All right, and from Temptation, we do have Risa on the junior, usually a K52 player, but interesting choice. Also, we see the Vanilla Jet, so Astra is going to be happy to see the Vanilla Jet if Astra is watching this stream right now. On the other side, we were seeing the return of the Slosher Deco, formerly once known as the one of the best aggressive weapons in the game. Now really a shadow of its former self as Tug falls off the map, and I am so glad the spectator cam found that because it is very rare that we see bloopers in competitive Splatoon, but that is very interesting. Yeah.
Or Tug, gone for a swim. He'll be back and he's going to be getting some kills soon, though. You can see Tenta on that Bamboozler MK1, one of my favorite weapons personally to play. He's got Power Clam, and Rhythm is already in Temptation's face. There's a jump. Oh, the baller comes out, and 2 people on Temptation are down. Tenta's going to pick off the one chasing their Power Clam. That is almost a full wipe.
Yeah, almost a full wipe. And how about I can't really get enough of that Bamboozler Mark 1, but how about that push, that baller push in? That's why that Slosher Deco is there. I do know Rhythm is a Slosher player, and looks like Midnight is going to go be able to push all the way to sub 50, which is a fantastic first push. But on this map, anything can really happen. I feel like you can't even be safe with the push to 30 because of the nature of how close the baskets are to each other. And if Shachi can get that 4th, not able to get that 4th pick on Tug. On the other side, they are in a great position, but that Bamboo is just so good at shooting down splashdowns.
We do have some points on the board finally from Temptation, but they are going to go 3 down since Shachi was taken down earlier. That is a delayed wipe. 68 is going to be the most their push goes, so they're going to have some work to do if they want to catch up.
Yeah, and something about this map on Clams that a lot of people, I think these 2 teams we haven't really seen these 2 teams take advantage of, is once you paint that middle stretch, that long stretch that goes from the bottom zone all the way to the top of Dojo, as Nova's in a tough position here, unfortunately dropping a lot of clams. There's like 30 clams that spawn in that area, in that stretch, and whoever has paint over that stretch is going to be the controller here. They're not gonna... Okay. We might be able to see something change, but no team's really taken charge of that long stretch so far.
Absolutely. Tug manages to shoot Splashdown, but not before it takes up his teammate. Tenta is trying to fight off somebody on the bottom. And somebody sneaks in through the top and manages to get him. 64 now. Oh, is their score? It doesn't look like anything else is going to get in there unless somebody suicides it. Nope, nobody's going to. They really need to start making bigger pushes.
Yeah, and speaking of, I think that sneak push was a good thought, and if whoever was the clam holder on Temptation at the bottom there was a little bit faster in getting that jump in, they could have taken the lead. However, everyone knew where they were, and they made a smart business decision as KF gets a great vertical flick. They made a smart business decision to probably not push, but KF is going to push in. Unfortunately, goes down to the splat bomb.
And Nova's gotten some great bomb picks already this game. Shachi's in the corner. Shachi on the beach, it surprises me. He's usually on L3s.
Yeah, Shachi's also known as Midget, I believe. Formerly known as Midget. Okay.
So I have to wonder if he's used to dealing with that much range. Logan is now trying to get down into the bottom, trying to see if he can pick somebody off. It looks like most of Midnight has retreated slightly. You can see, of course, the 2 clams. Now they have 3, actually, which is a lot.
Yeah, Yeah, they're clam hoarding, and able to get one clam user off due to a bomb. They're in a great position to push if they can get a power clam. Logan does get the push. That is a 3-down situation. It is just Tug on that Nautilus. They can take the lead. They do take the lead, and the Booyah's coming out, baiting out Tug. Tug drops down, but is actually able to avoid that. Logan is just flying all over the map, doing some fantastic movement, and I'm so glad we got to see that stretch that Logan was live. That is a great push. All the way to 2018, it is still going. They still have clams. They might KO if they get 5 more clams.
I believe it's down to 12 now. Tent is going to try and pick some people off. Looks like they're suddenly rushing the basket. 8 now. Oh, he's in trouble. Last one up, and that is game.
What a push, and I think you have to really credit, I believe that was Luke. No, wait.
Logan.
Logan, yes, Logan, the K-Pro. You kind of have to credit Logan for being in the position to start the push, getting, like, I think a quad, almost a quad on that, and KF was also in a great position with that roller, but yeah, that was the defining play of the game. They went from 64 all the way to 0, so yeah.
If I remember correctly, Logan and Shachi both used to be on a team named Subpolar. So I wonder if those two are probably having some fun playing together again competitively.
Yeah, I imagine
he's not
so.
A normal member of Temptation. He's subbing for him tonight, but must be nice.
Yeah, I imagine so. And one of our major TOs of this tournament was also on a team with Shachi and Logan on Subpolar, that is Kraken Mare. So the ties run strong in this set, very much so. Rhythm and Tug, I know, played together a while ago on Arctic Moon together.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think they knew each other back before when Tug was on Ragnarok, though. So
yeah,
got some deep friendships in this set.
Yeah, the Splatoon skill tree is going all the way down in this set.
We're back on Tower Control Manta Maria. Do you think we will see a C-Jet?
You know, I think it makes a lot of sense, but these two sets between both the teams that we've seen haven't made a lot of sense in the weapon picks. It would be a very I don't want to say obvious thing to go C-Jet, but it would definitely remind me of Stingray dominance for sure. And given that the only real purpose to go C-Jet is to spam Stingrays, at least in the higher level, so I would bet highly on it.
Let's see what happens.
And no C-Jet.
Actually. And the C-Jet on the side of Midnight.
So given that Shachi has effectively dropped L3, I think it's safe to say that the L3 dominance has lost another member. I think the only two L3 players that I've seen at the high level now are Champ and Skoze.
Well, I don't know for sure if he's dropped it. I think he might be playing backline because he's subbing. Two down on the side of Temptation. And Tent is going for Shachi. He's going to have to drop down a little bit. Ooh, yeah, gets taken out. That was great.
Yeah, but
the roller gets 2. Ooh, Tent is on the tower now, but it's a 2v2, and his teammate is still recovering from that jet.
Yeah, as they approach that first checkpoint, the Ray does come out, so you can't really have that C-Jet as a tower rider when that happens. They are able to take out the V-Roller and get another one, and they're probably going to blow past the second checkpoint as well. Never mind, they just get through it? Yeah, I believe they just cleared it.
Yeah, it looks like it. That sloshing machine is such a great pick for that second checkpoint because it's just going to go all over the walls and you can't really hit it there.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. However, Shachi will be able to take the tower. Remix is one of the better tower riders, especially as a backline in this game, because you can just dance around the tower. But you get pressured so much, and Shachi being mindful of how quickly he was shot down out of that last ink jet, you're gonna pop it, or not that ink jet, you're gonna pop it early and go after the
ink jet doesn't manage to get him. There's 2 top right. Top left. They're going to need to pick them off, and you can see KF moving in, trying to do some work. He barely survives that slap bomb. Tug is respawning now, and Temptation is well on their way to getting that second touch. Oh, but the roller goes down, and the junior. That is probably going to be it for that push.
Oh,
now
wow,
that's going down. That is a delayed wipe right there. So yeah, that push is donezo.
And that was very good effort. That was a great flank from Tug, who Midget actually didn't notice that Tug was there and didn't really react enough when Tug was about 20 health left, and Tug was able to get all 4 shots from Nautilus off. And that's the strength of the Nautilus 79 especially, is you can, despite being a 4-shot kill, you can take out enemies so quickly with it.
Absolutely. And Tug is just doing a beautiful job trying to get it into situations where he can get those 4 shots off before he could get taken out. He's back on the tower. Oh, but he goes down. It looks like it might have been a little early to grab. 2 down now. 3 down. So if they find a junior, that's delayed wipe.
Yeah, and Risa on the other team is going to be forced to push all the way back and wait for their teammates to respawn as they're holding onto that armor. Oh, they actually did just hit it. So it's going to be on Temptation, kind of Temptation, to be the aggressors here. And again, they still have a minute 46, able to get a trade, but does go down to that splashdown. They will save it, actually, because of the mechanic of splashdown. But, you know, a lot of game left, so anything can really happen.
Roller gets one. Oh, he gets taken back by Rezum. Temptation really doesn't want to let at Midnight win here because that forces it to a game 3. Okay, so you can tell they're really fighting hard. The roller's going to be on the left flat. We'll see if he can get a couple picks. Somebody is up in the bunker, but like the roller's moved up there actually. I'd imagine that the remix is up there as well. Logan's down in mid. He's going to try and find someone. Has not managed to get the slosh machine on the other team. He might actually go for the flank here.
A lot of just mid-ground stalemate, and he's gonna be on Temptation to get a pick. As KF is in a great position, does get called out immediately by Joe. 2v2 situation, 3-0, 2v1 situation. So now Temptation's gonna have the opportunity to take the lead and get on the tower. As that junior's holding armor, so they're gonna get another wave of mobility, or momentum on this as Shachi's forced to pop Booyah as they get on that second tower. And that C-Jet pick is coming into play right now. Very smartly able to avoid it and stay on the tower, but the crossfire is too much. But KF gets a double, and they're going to end up taking the lead off of that play from KF.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That was a very, very close game, and the tower is not really in a good position for Midnight to grab it right now.
How about that big splashdown from at the very end, just for good measure? The cave machine knows that there's 2 in the pit there and takes a big dive and just cleans them out right there.
Now that was some excellent play from Kind of Temptation. Every time I see this team, it kind of flabbergasts me just how new of a team they are, because the way they play like a team that's played together for a while. I mean, even with a sub.
Yeah, and I think that's just one of the skills with the new team, with a team like that, is just the ability to adapt so quickly. And I think Temptation's already shown the ability to adapt and play together and be playable next to. And I think part of the main skills about that is just, 1, it's special conservation, special use, and 2, it's painting. And a lot of people just emphasize, oh, you have to be able to frag, you have to be able to top the leaderboards and score. That's really not that important in the end of things. And Temptation's shown that ability to just, be adaptable.
Yeah, they get the important picks, not all the picks.
Exactly, and as you see, KF able to get those very important picks at the end and top it off with that K Machine getting another set of important picks. And I think it all started when Risa and Shachi pushed up, were able to get a 2-1 situation, forcing the C-Jet to jump back, and they had their specials ready, and they just held on and waited for their teammates, who were designated splashdown users, which is essentially designated feeders, designated QR members, to just come back in and start aggroing and cleaning things up, and it all came down to that push.
Absolutely, and it just happened so late in the game that And they didn't really have a chance to get the tower into a good position to ride it. They didn't have a chance to mount any sort of comeback.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we're gonna go ahead and hold match C26 on the Battlefy next. So if you have the bracket open, you can go ahead and check that out. We will take a quick break because once again I've forgotten the doc read, but we will be right back as soon as we get that set ready. Welcome back to round 3 of Swimmer Sync 10. Right now, we are going to be viewing a match between Massacre and Too Powerful, the 12th seed in this set. Looks like Massacre took a 2-0 over Sunrise. Meanwhile, Too Powerful took a 2-1 over Huber Store. Massacre is a new team on the rise, and that is the team in Alpha, Vortex, It's Cat here, Flavor, and Mr. Z. On the other side, we have Too Powerful, which seems to be a pickup between friends. And you might know more about Too Powerful than I do, Shaz. What can you say about them?
So I actually don't know too much about them. The only person on the team that I recognize is the person with the colon and greater than symbol in their name, which is actually the one, the only, Allie from Crustacean Crusaders. Familiar face for those of you down in the lower levels of competitive play. She is a Tetra player, and she is absolutely freaking terrifying. Great person. You do not want to be on the other end of her Tetras.
I can definitely vouch for that. I've had some good brawls with Ali Arcanion on Crustacean Crusaders back when I was back on Panda Nights. And I will say that me and my teammate Kiwi with that double bamboo did indeed make that Tetra, make her life a little bit more terrifying than she makes life terrifying for other people. That being said, I'm excited to see her play again. Has been a very long time since I've gotten to see Ali play Tetris, so look forward to this set as well.
So off we go. We're starting on Clamblitz Albacore Hotel. But imagine we'll probably see Tetris from Ali. If not, we'll see a junior. Flavor's got the gal, which does not surprise me. Yep, there are the Tetras. So we have Mini, Enzap, Kensugal, and Splatterscope on the side of Massacre, whereas Too Powerful is just forsaken the backline completely, and they have Tetras, Enzap, Carbon Deco, and a custom dually sculpture.
Actually, I think that's a little bit of an overstep on the side of Too Powerful, especially in a map like this that rewards having more range than your opponent, to the point that you even see people run 2 double ball points or 2 bamboos, and instead they're going to go forgo that for the sake of having a little bit more aggressiveness, maybe a little bit more paint. I don't think anyone really paints that well, except for the N-Zap on the side. But how about Mr. Z popping an early Stingray, trying to clear out both Ali and the dually sculptures on the other side. So fantastic Stingray on that end. This Cardinal is in a tough position. Can he get the double? No. Looks like Massacre will complete the Massacre.
Absolutely. They actually get a chain of 5 because Ali jumped in and got slaughtered. Vortex moving over their bridge, trying to capture that area to the right of the clan basket. Too Powerful is kind of backed up. Missiles are out. The Booyah's been launched. They're already 2 down. And Mr. Z's got a good chance to get that power climb in. He does. That's another wipe on the side of Too Powerful, so Z's going to go back and get some more clams for his teammates. They're already down to 39 points remaining. 36 now, so this is going to be one heck of a push.
Yeah, and that was just such a lightning quick push. Like they got the power climb in, and suddenly they were at 39. And unfortunately, the clans didn't spawn in their favor, so they did end it at 36. However, that is a huge hill to climb for Too Powerful, but given the size of the map and the disparity, not the disparity, but the lack of frequency of where the clams spawn on this map, and that's a fantastic snipe coming in from Mr. Z. It's not going to be as easy to come back from this as it is on something like Skipper. And another great flick from Mr. Z, and I'm remembering Mr. Z was on those Generation Z teams back with, or was it Mr. Z on Generation Z? It might be a different Mr. Z I'm thinking of.
You're the wrong person for that.
Yeah, I'm talking about 2018 Splatoon, way back in the day. Before Barry was on Element R, he was on a team called Generation Z, and I would scrim with them every now and then, and it was terrifying to fight.
Yes, that was way before in that time. Oh, the CDX gets into a very unfortunate situation. 2 down on the side of Too Powerful. Versus just sharking in mid. Might be able to get a pick here or there. But nope, looks like they're going to have to run away.
Yeah, Massacre is doing their due diligence here. They're just painting everywhere because they know that the Carbon's going to be sharking somewhere. And they're right every time. The Carbon's sharking somewhere and waiting to get a pick, and they're just painting right around it. Fantastic callouts coming in from the side of Massacre as Mr. D's going to get another power clam in. Booyah Bomb's going to be able to paint his exit. Does not go down. Able to stay alive. Can they get more clams? And they get the timer off. They push to 30. Oh, they're getting more in.
He is in a very powerful position right now because he has access to that area beneath the clam basket while also not being in extreme danger. I believe Vortex coming in with the flank to keep that clam basket open, only gets one in. But it looks like Too Powerful has no idea that he was behind them.
Yeah, but they're finally able to get all 4 members of Massacre out of their spawn, and that's a full wipe. But in a big map like this, they could just be right back and be able to defend, and they have to move very quickly. Ali's going to push in, paint up a little bit. The early Ray comes back, so how about that, getting that Ray so quickly after starting? Can Ali get this pick? It's a favorable matchup against the N-Zap. Forces them to back off. Unfortunately, 2 of their teammates go down as she goes down. And here's, I think, exactly the problem with not having a backline. You have nothing to challenge it. It's pretty much...
Yeah, absolutely. Z is just doing an amazing job. And even when he goes down, it's always such an unfavorable position for Too Powerful that it doesn't really matter. See, Ali's gotten a nice pick, but Z is back up on that snipe. That jump is probably going to be dead. Oh, it's a CDS, so it manages to survive. Splashdown jump incoming? No, that surprises me.
Alright, well, I think my internet just spiked out for a second, but I am back. Unfortunately, I did end up cutting out. I'm sorry to make you take over for me like that. That was interesting. But yeah, thanks for moving in with that. As we see, Carbon goes down. Massacre's providing a lot of solid defense here. I think the thought that I wanted to finish was Mr. Z can pretty much just back up. Unfortunately, can't back up when the Stingray is directly there and goes down, and that is a 3-on situation. They have a lot of ground to make up for Too Powerful here. They have to get 55 points worth, 56.0 points worth of clams, and that is 19 clams. They do have some clams, but the jump's gonna come in. Oh, that's Ali.
The stealth jump.
Oh, but the basket closes, and that is it. They just had too much ground to cover and weren't able to make it. But how about that electric game 1 coming in between Massacre and Too Powerful?
Yeah, that was great. Too Powerful definitely had a real shot with that overtime push. They were in a very favorable situation. They had a power clam. It looks like they got taken out before they could jump to where Ali was. But if they had gotten that in, that would have made it a lot closer. So definitely I would say it's a lot closer than it looks on the scoreboard alone.
Yeah, definitely closer than it was before. But at the end of the day, Massacre, not Temptation, I can't remember these team names anymore. Massacre had control of the map the entire time. They were doing all the right things. They were painting all the corners, making it difficult for Rish to try and shark in and get a pick. They were pushing in. Mr. Z was getting great snipes. However, Ali's Kamikaze Tetris came in clutch at the very end, able to jump in, get a kill. Unfortunately, the Power Clam teammate wasn't able to jump to Ali when she was in position to get another 20 points on the board. Anyway, we're going to be moving on to Rainmaker Anchovy games. Definitely going to favor, oh my goodness, I'm blanking on Bravo team's name again. Ali's team.
Too Powerful.
Too Powerful. It's definitely going to favor Too Powerful a little bit more if they're going to stick with that hyper aggressive comp with no backline, because then you can effectively make up for the lack of range with the Rainmaker carrier if you're on the offensive. I do think it makes defense a little bit more difficult, and I'm kind of expecting Mr. Z to stay with that Stingray Charger on a map like this because it's going to be a win condition for defending the Rainmaker.
Yeah,
but,
if anyone were going to swap, I would say possibly Vortex might swap to something else. I'm not sure. I was taking a while to check up, so I wonder if they're debating whether or not to swap to a Junior and carry instead of using Tetras.
That'd be interesting, but I mean, yeah. Actually, I've never really seen Ali play something other than Junior, or other than Tetras, and if it is, then it might be Sploosh 7.
I'm not sure if I've ever seen her play Sploosh 7. I think one of her teammates does sometimes. It looks like we're about to find out, though. Rainmaker Anchovy. See, we have a Nautilus. The Vortex swaps to a Naut. Ali stays on the Tetris, but now they're running double N-Zap. So we will have plenty of armor spam coming out from the side of Too Powerful. Meanwhile, on the side of Massacre, we still have a lot more range.
Back in the Invitational days when we saw Terra play with some Japanese 2900 3K pickups against North America's best, we actually saw something like this every now and then. We saw double NZAP Tetris Carbon. And I think the idea is you provide a balanced mid-game with the double NZAP, and you have such a high frequency of armors, and that's a great sign for Mr. Z, punishing Ali on the last roll. But you see the frequency of armors and paint with that NZAPs, the pair of NZAPs, that you're able to allow the double aggros, which is the Carbon and the Tetris, to really move wherever they want. And this was something that was talked about a lot between May of 2020 and I believe September of 2020, and it's kind of died off in favor of a more free-flowing, hyper-aggressive paint-heavy comp. But I'm glad to see it come back.
Oh, looks like Too Powerful makes the first move on the Rainmaker. It's not a very big push, but they do manage to get 2 down on the side of Massacre, including the Charger. It's going to be a fight mid at the top. I don't know. Okay, so now there's 3 people on the side of Massacre, but it's not enough to stop that pop, but we'll go into favor of Too Powerful. 1 armor is out. They're going to have to get that sniper out of there before they can get that Rainmaker heavy grip. Oh, beautiful snipe, speaking of snipe.
Fantastic snipe coming in from Mr. Z. Mr. Z's shots in this set has really been on point, and it can't be easy to fight against a double armor composition and still hit the snipes, but Mr. Z is getting in the right position and punishing. And part of it does help that a backline isn't challenging Mr. Z out of those positions, but it's still a lot of pressure to be able to be in that, to have to hit those shots in those positions. And that's why he gets the privilege of being the backline, as looks like Massacre is going to push to 52. Not really a great push. They weren't able to drop down on that flat and maybe push to a 30 or so, which would be a much stronger push. Too Powerful is, given that you have 4 weapons with effectively all the same range, it allows you to move into mid and take control so quickly in a game mode like Rainmaker, and they're able to push to 29 and do what Massacre was not able to do.
And it's still 2v2, so that push can be extended possibly, especially if they take out that sniper. They do not. Ali goes down. That's going to be it for that push, it looks like.
Still a fantastic push, but it's anything's game. The difference between 52 and 20 can be over within frames, like mere frames. So anything can happen. Is Vortex is going to smartly allow them to reset the Rainmaker, not going to have to suicide, and instead they're going to be chaining specials. It looks like they're all waiting. They're waiting for that special to come out. So I think they're waiting for the armor. They're not able to get 2 of them off, actually. So a little bit of a misplay, I think, on special management on the side of Massacre, as Too Powerful is now given the opportunity to take the Rainmaker back here.
It looks that the Gal went down while trying to launch a Fuya, and then the Nautilus was forced to use their own inkjet to try and survive. Too Powerful doesn't really get a push off of that, but it does waste 2 of the specials, which is incredibly important.
But those specials are actually already back. But no, I see the other specials are getting wasted. No, you're absolutely right. Those that Nautilus and that Stingray from the Charger are going to go down. It looks like they were just holding on to him, hoping for a wipe, and it ended up backfiring. Off Force is in a tough position, but providing pressure nonetheless, as Ali jumps in to try and pressure Vortex out here. And Vortex does get the tip, and that's like, I feel like the 5th Stingray coming in from Mr. Z here.
Yeah, definitely the 5th or the 6th, maybe. Another inkjet is out. Massacre is doing a really good job of trying to chain their specials together to get picks off of them. Oh, but the Nautilus goes down upon landing. Charger hasn't been able to find anyone in a little bit. Oh, and another's down, so now it's just down to the NZAP and the Charger, who does not have a Stingray. He's close to it.
40 seconds left, not a lot of time for Massacre to make a play here, and Too Powerful does have control. The Stingray does come out, and that's like 7 Stingrays right now. But it's just, I think it's a game, not just a game of paint, but it's a game of just out-fragging, and it looks like this double NZAP composition is working really well in Too Powerful's favor. Now, given that it's Rainmaker, and Rainmaker significantly benefits the team that has more aggression. Oh, that's Splatoon. If he got that side, that would have been amazing, but the armor wouldn't have mattered.
Absolutely. Arcanagon is out. Rainmaker is pretty deep in Massacre's territory right now, so they need to get it back into mid completely, which they almost had, and then all the way to 22 on the side of two powerful.
And as you see Vortex fight Ali's Tetras a little bit, Vortex does get the push. Now they're just waiting on one. Rish is right in front of him, and Rish was in the perfect position to punish. And we're going to our first game 3 of the stream today.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it just all came down to having more armors and having more aggression, but we might end up moving to a tower control or a splat zones, and especially splat zones I think is going to end up favoring Massacre just a little bit more, considering that they're going to have they're not going to be forced to be constantly aggressing. They'll have a much more balanced way of defending, and yeah, we are moving into tower control, which also holds for what I just said.
Manta Maria again. So if Z keeps getting those picks that he's getting, and he is getting some really amazing ones, then this could easily go the way of Massacre. Rish and Oz are already readied up, so is Authentic. So it's looking like we might very well see the double NZAP Carbon Tetra play again.
Yeah, and I think it's such an underrated, simple strat, but it works insanely well when you have a great charger to fight against, because charger's worst enemy is just constant armors, and the more you stack armors, the harder it is for a charger to really do anything, make any meaningful picks, especially when that charger is the Ray charger. So it is what it is. I'm curious to see how Massacre changes from that decision. If they're able to make any major adjustments, because it wasn't just a matter of the game mode benefited Too Powerful a little bit more than it benefited Massacre. It was really more like they weren't able to get the picks that they were able to get. So we might see a significant change coming in from Massacre.
Absolutely. So it looks like it's time to see how it all pans out. Game 3 is a go. Tower control, Manta Maria. Oh, we have a K-shot now, and then again sticking with the double NZAP Carbon Tetras. So Nora Nautilus, they have missiles, which I'm guessing they're probably going to try and use to sniff out the Sharking Carbon?
So I think going to K-shot here with those 180p missiles is to essentially spam missiles and gain paint where they won't really be immediately effective, and it's also to take off and ship off those chargers. Unfortunately for them, as Z gets a great pick to go down on the side of Massacre, so it's going to be on Too Powerful as that splashdown goes down. So just as those two picks go, another pick calling out the flanking Carbon, getting him at point blank. Z is not messing around right now.
Yeah, he wants this win for his team. He does not want to go down to losers. As Stingray is out. It's a very aggressive Stingray. That's a very aggressive position. I like that. It's risky, but it pays off. One of the NZAPs on the side. The Too Powerful goes down. The Tetras is also down now. Third NZAP is dealing with something. Looks like a K-shot maybe. No, it's a Gal. That jump will probably be dead on arrival.
Yeah, but the jump is able to get a strong, and that's actually technically a win for the Tetras, because actually not. Ever since they nerfed quick respawn, not really a win for the Tetras. But Rish going for the Carbon specials we saw from Lost, unfortunately only getting one pick as Z gets the bomb pick. And we took a quick, very small frame glance at Mr. Z's gear, and it's like essentially all special charge up, which is definitely the way to go for a game mode like this.
Yep, Oz is fighting the Gal, does not manage to get it. Now it's a 2v1 by the tower. Ali comes back to help. Oh, both NZAPs are down on the side of Too Powerful and the Tetras. Oh, never mind, that's a delayed flight.
Yeah, and
now is Massacre's chance to really push up and get some paint, because the double NZAP will paint over whatever turf they lay down very quickly.
Yeah, and what I really like about Massacre's change in philosophy for this game is they see that Too Powerful wants to take it into a bar fight. They want to take it close and personal, And Massacre says, "You want to make it close and personal? Okay, we're gonna get a little bit closer to you, but we're gonna beat you at your own game." And I like how Vortex has shifted off to that K shot and immediately goes and gets a triple. Meanwhile, Flavor goes to the signature K52 and is doing wonders with it, especially on tower control. Unfortunately, does go down on the tower. They're not going to be able to clear that second checkpoint as Too Powerful gets back into position. But look at all that paint. Look at those missiles coming in. They're putting Too Powerful just a little bit off their guard, and that's exactly what missiles are supposed to do.
The armor chaining going on. If they really get that sniper down there, that will provide them a chance. No, because they do get one of the NZEPs though, so there goes the main painter. Both the NZEP and Miguel are down now, but it's 3 down on the side of Too Powerful. Oh, the charger is down, so that might actually be a good opportunity for him.
Vortex is getting called out. Can he get the pick? No. Off-Force did get 3 shots on him and does get the punish. So Powerful is going to get the chance to push up ahead as the armor comes out. It's an armor war right now.
Now the main important thing is, can they get that charger off that top left? Because if they do not, then they won't be able to get past that checkpoint.
Yeah, Push isn't necessarily dead yet, but Massacre was able to get them off of the tower and paint out of their area. I think it's attributed to that NZAP going down, as Ali's already jumping back in. Has the splashdown, he has the armor, so gonna probably still aggress. And Ali's doing a great job of aggroing, taking out Cat and the other from the main fight. So if they're able to get a pick, they still have that splashdown ready. This is a great position for Ali to be in. Unfortunately, gets called out by Cat and goes down just as I say it. And that is a 3-down situation in favor of Massacre, as Too Powerful is forced to back up.
Direction in, trying to get paint up. Ali is back. That quick respawn is really paying off.
Yeah, so quickly. And Ali, like, you don't even have to get any picks, but Ali was there, was able to draw 2 people away from Massacre. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in the scope of the objective, but Massacre just has to hold on for 30 seconds, I think they'll win the set because this is the best of 3. And end up setting Powerful losers. As two people go down, 20 seconds left. Another person goes down. Rish is the last one. Not able to get anyone. Massacre's just painting around that bomb rush and forcing Powerful to get on the tower. And looks like Massacre's going to end up taking this. The Booyah's out, and that's definitely games.
Yeah, that is going to be it. He gets another shot. The Stingray, the Booyah together. That is just absolutely over for them.
Wait, did you see that? That was a collide snipe from Z at the end. You didn't get to see it from the perspective of Z, but that was 100% a laser. That was a collab from Mr. Z. That was really, really good.
The famous squid kebab.
I've actually never heard that. That's hilarious.
I quite honestly look up to Z a lot. He is an amazing sniper. I wish I could snipe half as well as him. The Massacre moves on to the next winners round. Too Powerful down on losers, but I wouldn't count them out just yet.
Yeah, definitely you can't count them out. They played well. I think they're onto something with their double NZAP Tetris Carbon, because I think that's how you're going to get the most effectiveness out of Rish and Ali at the same time. Looks like Massacre is moving on. Not really a Massacre, very closely tightly contested set. But yeah, we will be moving on to round 4, and we will take a break right after this read.
Oh, hold on. Before we take a break, though, we have some talking points to go over.
Exactly, that was your cue.
We have staff applications open. We are specifically looking for production team members and opening applications for future tournaments in other regions, such as the EU and Oceania. If you're interested in staffing these regions, please fill out the form. If you're interested in more than one area, you can fill out the form multiple times. I'm just going to copy and paste that link in the chat for you. The first High Ink will be streamed on Saturday, December 12th at 1 p.m. EST. High Ink is made up of past winners of Low Ink competing to prove that they are the best winner of Low Ink. We will be streaming High Ink here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon at 1 p.m. on the 12th. Testing Grounds will be returning Friday, December 4th at 8 p.m. EST. Registration is open right now and ends at 7 p.m. EST on Friday. Here's a nice little registration link for you guys to go and check out. We hope to see you play. And finally, Midway is a series of tournaments aimed at upper to mid-level teams. Anyone who didn't make Div 1 playoffs or above and is an N+2 is eligible to play. The next tournament is this Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern, and a tournament after that will be more EU-friendly. Come join the tournament to show your skills as a rising team, and if you do well enough, become eligible to play in Midway Finals for a prize pool of over $200. You can also spectate the stream at twitch.tv/Midway Ink Tour, and we can't wait to see you there. So go check those fine folks out a little bit. I think that's all the talking points we have for right now.
I actually didn't think you were going to run through all of them, but I'm kind of glad you did. But yeah, thank you for that. Please go check those tournaments out, and please sign up to help out the community here at IPL Splatoon Laboratory. I'm pretty sure that's redundant what I just said, but yeah, we run some fantastic shows here. I'm really thankful to be able to commentate tourneys for them. But yeah, we will be right back with round 4 right after this break. Stick around. Welcome back to round 4 winners semifinals of Swink or Sink. Oh my goodness. Okay. Swimmer Sink 10, round 4, winners semifinals. I am Zillard. I'm once again joined by Shads. And today, right now, we got a matchup between Priority and Massacre, who we just saw last. And I think Massacre has a sub, so they are dropping one member for Grim, who is coming in.
They look like they've dropped Vortex. So Vortex and Grim have swapped out for each other. I will be completely honest. I have no clue which person is who on priority. So the roster that they gave us is Axis, Domo, Stalk, Jarrett, and Jay Sushi. In the room, I see Jordan,
Jordan is
your
Jay,
boy, and
that's where it all goes to crap. I have no clue who anyone else is.
So we know who Jay is. We're 1/4 of the way there.
All right, listen. If you want your commentators to actually say your name, if you're signing up for a tournament, then use your name. If you don't care, then just do this, and we're just not going to say your name on the stream. That's fine. I have no problem with that. But come on, make it life hard for us.
A ham lover. So Splat Zone, Surgeon Shipyard, one of my personal favorite map mode combinations.
You know, we haven't really seen a lot of Splat Zones. I think we got to see Inkblot Zones from that first set, and then that's it.
I see double nozzle nodes. So we have an H3D and an L3D. 2 fire fins, one per side. I have not seen double nozzle nodes in ages.
So the H3D means that Axis is the one title ham lover, and I'm specifically not saying the full name. So the other question is who's Jared or Domo, and who is Stock? So I think Stock's going to be on that K-Shot, and that probably puts Domo as the fire fin. Jordan, the L3D, actually just got 2,800 last month or 2 months ago with that L3D, so that's an insanely impressive feat for anyone. As Massacre is able to get a double with flavor on that KP2 and gonna take the recap onto something.
Looks like they're going to push up a little bit. And they're on the snipe. Somebody is top left. They are being called out. Oh, and Z gets a beautiful, beautiful snipe. He is playing such an aggressive position, staying on their enemy snipe. Booyah does not get. My apologies, I'm tripping over my own words.
No problem.
He is taken out by the Inkjet shot run by Jordan. So it looks like that priority is going to get that zone back.
Yeah, and that was a fantastic position for Z to be in. Unfortunately, does go down very quickly by that push out by priority. It seems like they had their special so quickly after they got taken out, and now they have immediate control. As never mind, as Axis gets taken out by the sloshing machine, Cat's in a great position, able to take out the fire fin. Cat goes down, and Stock takes out 2 so quickly. Booyah on the zone doesn't actually recap the zone. If Stock can get, wow, I don't even know how that happened. That's just RNG versus RNG right there. Both players were just jumping up and down, and Massacre's in a tough situation here.
Yeah, for sure. Grim is being pressured heavily by that K-Shot and gets taken out. Z is backed up a little bit. And, Flabber is out. Looks like possibly by a snipe. 3 down on the side of Massacre. Grim is the only one left alive. He's going to have to wait for his teammates, and Priority just keeps pushing up and pushing up.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have time to he's going to be able to afford to wait for his teammates, unfortunately. The timer's already at 10, and they're nowhere close as Z gets taken out by Domo there. Cat has to rush. Cat's going to get taken out. Yeah, it doesn't matter. That's the game.
A second later, though, because it looks like the zone just barely got neutralized right there. So a second earlier, and we might have seen a recap, potentially.
Yeah, just... fantastic zone pressure, and as you really saw, the K-Shot took the top of the leaderboards, was making some fantastic plays, just didn't really go down despite being in tough situations, and that's really all you can ask for from your aggressor.
Absolutely. I liked how Priority really pushed up deep into Massacre's base after they had captured the zone, instead of just sitting back and babysitting it like a lot of teams normally would do.
Yeah, but we're moving on to Clamblitz Piranha Pit. So we haven't gotten to see any Piranha Pit, but I'm happy to see Piranha Pit right now. Always am. Curious to see if Z is going to stay off the switch off the charger, but probably not gonna. They're probably going to end up sticking with that Stingray charger. Stingray does do a great job of sweeping the map here when you go that Stingray charger. But Grim was actually doing a pretty great job with the Kensa slashing machine of denying or punishing Priority on their overpushes. Priority has a tendency to be hyper aggressive and get themselves into situations that are quite I'd say cojones, and the Kensa slashing machine was doing a great job of doing that, but at the end of the day, you're limited by your skill and quick ability to punish people, and it's just such a hard uphill battle to be able to do that against a team that's so decorated like Priority.
Absolutely, teams are all readied up, so it's off to Piranha Pit for Clan Blitz. I kind of wonder if we'll see the double nozzle nose again. I'm kind of hoping we will. And
you will.
But no, Ken's machine this time. They swapped over to a K-Shot.
I don't think it's a bad idea.
Have swapped to regular chargers.
Yeah. So swapping to the K-Shot isn't a bad idea at all. It's just that you have to. It's tough to go K-Shot for K-Shot against a team like this. That being said, it looks like Priority's gonna take a little bit of a mid dominance, going for an early missiles, gonna push ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side, Massacre has that Stingray ready, gonna pull it out, but not able to get any picks. Yeah, it's like Priority, like I said, they're the hyper aggressors, and they're gonna be able to take the map for free and get a huge push in as a result of that if things end up going this way.
Someone did manage to take out the charger on Priority's side, though. So you can see he's just now getting his Stingray. Right, a couple people do go down on the side of Massacre, so that's going to essentially stop whoever is going to be pushing in. Things are looking fairly neutral right now. Stingray is out again on the side of Priority. Armor gets called out to cancel all that out a little bit, which probably saves T's life there.
Yeah, and Massacre's doing a great job of recouping after they lost mid. They took it back pretty quickly. They're able to get some key picks. Mr. Z already has another Stingray. He's probably going to back up and use it. As we're just waiting, and Massacre already has how many clams? They have 16 clams, so they can move in and get a great push out of a quick pick if they ended up taking one.
Yep, and here comes the Stingray. Their charger is out. Clam is in. Flabber is doing some pretty good work with that gal.
Yeah, the wall's doing a fantastic job of keeping him alive, and just as I say that, they're they do end up going down as Priority is able to punish him for it. So great defense from the side of Priority, but fantastic push coming in from Massacre, doing the best they can, at least able to break the clam. Looks like someone jumped out, and I think the Stingray, the guy, that's an armor, a lot of pressure.
Cat is down, and that jump is going to be dead. You see the Inkjet looking towards the spawn. 3 down on the side of Massacre, so I'm assuming that Jet picked somebody as they were coming out of spawn. And this is going to be a very big push.
Yeah, scary situation for Massacre. Sorry about that. You can go on.
Missiles came out to try and force him away from the basket, which seems to have helped mitigate that push a little bit. Definitely could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I was just kind of wondering. It's like they had all the momentum. They could have gotten a pick and like a push to 25, but they ended up backing up, and that might end up working out in their favor as Stock is going to push in, get 2 kills, able to stay alive, and their push is not over it, and they're going to continue to push right here.
Right, another one. Oh, that Jet gets taken down by Flabber, but it is 2 down on the side of Massacre, and make that 3 down, but it is a trade. Looks like either one of them fell off or got taken out. I don't know. Right now they're just lacking clams, really.
Yeah, as Massacre is able to respawn in, they're going to be able to get a couple more picks. And as I say that, they go 3 down, and the push is over, the clam closes, but they're not really done.
And that isn't a very large penalty either. 1 power clam is going to eradicate it, pretty much. Looks like Massacre is really backed into a corner there. They need to get some sort of pick. They do get the charger, but somebody else picks another person off. these make Security's decision to drop, which I'm not sure why. That's why. There's an Inkjet. The Inkjet's looking for picks, just bullying people up by the spawn point. And, the actual user is there too. That is a really good flank on, looks like that's from the K-Shops, possibly. Yes, the K-Shops.
Yes, stock on priority gets the flank. The basket is open, the penalty is out. They have 7 more clamps to KO. 3 more clamps are able to push to 7, but no one else in vicinity, unless Stock can sneak in, which he's been caught, so he's going to back up. That push is over, but 22 seconds, and Massacre has to push for 80, looks like 89, or like 82 points or so. I don't remember the exact map. They have to get a lot of clamps in, and they don't have the bodies or the clamps to do that. They don't really even have power clamps, they just have the pity. Priority's doing a great job of denying them that pity, so they might even just deny overtime outright.
Pat's doing a good job trying to hold him off, though. Oh, gets taken down by the end zap. Not the end zap, the jet, sorry.
Right.
So it looks like it managed to stop them from getting a power clamp into their own basket. They do kind of have to rush it, so now they're running out of time, and they are out of time.
Yeah, so game 2 goes to priority, and this is a best of 5, so we will see a game 3. Massacre has the chance to come back and at least potentially take a game, maybe the set if they play really well, but priority is kind of controlled both this game and the last game, as you see Stock and Jordan, the duo aggro topping the charts with a combined 40 KA, so really dominant performance from them.
Yeah, there was just a huge lack of, I don't want to say, because...
Oh, we're in round 4, so this is the best of 3. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, well, it appears that we have made a mistake, because this is not a best of 5, it's a best of 3. So priority has taken a set 2-0. And they will be moving on Massacre down to the losers bracket. We'll see if they can make something out of it there.
Wait, what was that right? Was that right? Did we get that right? Looks like everyone's in the lobby still.
Wait, hold on. Standing by. Technical difficulties. Just some confusion whether or not we have the right round currently. We'll have that straightened out and fixed shortly for you all. Right, so it looks like we have gotten things straightened out. It is a best of 5, so we apologize for any confusion. We're currently going to, looks like, Clamblitz Make-em Art, so back-to-back Clamblitz games.
I think we did have a map list error. I think that was where the confusion was, where I think they ended up using round 5 maps instead of round 4, but I think it is all straightened out now. I think we're going to operate as if it's 2-0 in the side of priority here. Now, Clamblitz Macklemore, I think, absolutely favors priority. I'm not really going to sugarcoat it here. They play quick, they play together, and given how close the goals are at Macklemore, I think that just heavily skews towards priority's favor.
Yeah. Jordan and Ham, I think, are the 2 aggros.
Oh, Ham. No, it's Jordan and your boy, angry smiley face, $sign.
Ah, right. Those 2 just move really, really fast. And given how scrunched up Make-O-Mart is, I'm not sure Massacre is going to be able to keep things as close as they were in the last game. for last game, they managed to keep things more or less back and forth. Little poke here, little poke there on either side before getting the big pushes. This one, I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to see a lot of really big and fast pushes. And we see double buckets. It looks like a Tri-Slosher and a Soda Slosher.
Interesting on how they decide to make Jordan be the armored guy and put Axis on the Soda Slosher. That's neat to me. Flings a flavor going off of his K52 instead to go for the Flings. It does go down. 3 go down. That's an extended wipe on the side of priority. So fantastic play from Mr. Z, getting a great initial Stingray push here.
And Z is on that super fast siege at that Stingray machine. So he's already got a power slam. He is pushing in. Yes, he manages to break that barrier before he dies, but there's going to be no follow-up from that. And in fact, the rest of his teammates go down, so a wipe on their side, and most of the map is already yellow.
And most of the map is...
Autobomb launcher from the Carbon Gecko is out.
And here's exactly what I was talking about when how the map really favors priority. Unfortunately, Axis is the only one alive, but so quickly they went from being pushed on to being immediately pushed.
Yep, you see that the Soda Slosher is doing some decent work. Flabber manages to take out the Carbon. Stingray is out. Oh, that's a good double for Flabber right there. He's going to go and see if he can find a third on the side from the Octashot. Does not manage to make it happen.
I didn't even realize that. I think that's Domo actually on the Carbon Deco here. And we all know from those, it's not Chikashi, someone else. Well, it was from a set a while ago, the Carbon, 2900 Carbon just being dominant on Makamart of all kinds. And I can understand why they chose to go Carbon here. As they're getting the wipe and pushing to 24, they have the clams to get the KO. Almost,
they're
yeah.
Going down to 18 if they get some good clam spawns. They only need to get 2 clams in. They have 2. 1 goes in, and that is a very, very fast game 3 in the favor of priority.
Yeah, that was within 2 minutes, and for Clam Blitz, that's almost unheard of, but here we go, priority. And like I said, it favored their composition, at least their play style. Their composition completely changed almost. But yeah, that's all she wrote, and priority is going to move on to winners finals.
Yep, Massacre down the losers bracket, but they could still make something happen. They are definitely a very strong team. Sadly, that means we don't get to see Black Belly Rainmaker, but I suppose that might make them more than happy.
Yeah. In particular, I don't know how we're going to end up switching things up. I think we still have to see how losers bracket shakes out. Quick update. Midnight, unfortunately, which we saw earlier, has been knocked out of the tournament. Beans is up 1-0 over Luau. Fire Pit is still in it. Temptation, and they will be facing off against Temptation. And I think that is the history of all the teams. Too Powerful is going to be facing off against the team that just beat Midnight, which is Mom Jean's Splatoon. On the bottom side of winners bracket, I think we are still waiting for the result of Solar versus Desire. I think they are going to a game 3. Solar has a 2-0 lead over Desire, which is interesting to me.
Update: Too Powerful has beaten Mom Bean's Splatoon, and then Kind of Temptation took out Fire Pit. So currently, Too Powerful is waiting on Mythic Land Heroes versus Beans, and then Kind of Temptation is currently facing off of Vessel. The winner of that match will face Massacre, who we just saw.
Gotcha. Yeah, my bracket didn't update, so I was just reading off of some old stuff. Anyway, there's your bracket update. As we wait for the teams, we will probably take a break. There's a chance, I think we might be switching out with the next commentators. If that is the case, I have been Zillard. I've been joined by Shads, and this has been an absolute honor to commentate with you.
Oh, it's been an honor for me too. You are definitely someone that I've looked up to for a while, so to be able to do this is kind of mind-blowing.
Oh, I'm happy to make that happen. Yeah, this has been pretty seamless commentary block so far. Thank you also to IPL Splatoon and our people behind the scenes, which are YDK, the stream runner, and also Inkbear, another stream runner. So thank you both to making this happen. And I believe we will be taking a break.
And a pleasant good evening to all of you, coming to you live from the underground layers of the Inkling Performance Laboratories. This is Mazer Stu, the announcer, alongside Devi. It's a pleasure to be working with them for this, the 10th edition of Swim or Sink, brought to you here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. It has been a crazy tournament thus far, a lot of really back and forth action, of course, featuring the number 1 seed in priority. But the number 6 seed in Solar winds up taking down Desire, who we have seen advance very far in bracket time and time again throughout these tournaments. Some of these individuals, no strangers to the upper echelons of the swim or sink higher rounds. But it's going to be a win that becomes their number 1 priority. And here we go. Welcome to Winners Final as we start off with Splat Zones on Humpback Pump Track.
Yeah, we didn't have a whole lot of time to do a lot of introductions, just going right into action here as it looks like Yellow is already taking cap and adding pressure right away. And really strong start-off push from Priority here.
Yeah, and this is the nozzle nose taken to the sky, and we're going to have to tell them about doing something with them being all the same name. So, hey, fun fact: if you want the casters to be against you, just do what Priority is doing right now. However, Solar is going to. That's not true. We're not inherently biased, but this is Bless, and we can actually tell who they are, so that helps us. Bless is going to fire off the 10 missiles. Technically, the captain for this team, and they have actually played in a few of these tournaments in the past. The most recent one that they played in was actually in the very last Ink Theory, and doing surprisingly well on their side, as Priority is going to hold control of the zone. The Charger going to get the advantage point, trying to fire off and chase down their opposition. They get them with the tap shots, and that is going to be a clean in and out victory for Priority. Not a whole lot that Solar could do about that. That is just, you can sum that up in about one word, quite frankly, Devi, and that is dominant.
Absolutely. Like, there was Solar, they tried to do some coordination there on the right, but it just did not go their way. Priority just saw where they were going and just said, no, we're just gonna KO this. Don't mind us.
Yeah, I mean, that's what else is there to be said about that? It was they locked down the zone. Priority never allowed Solar to find a way in. Sometimes on Humpback Pump Track, it can be a bit of a tricky proposition, right? Because you do have those 2 little inlets on the curves, but also you could take a side route. You could just kind of fire your way down the middle. It takes a little bit of coordination, but Priority seemed to be doing very well with getting those individual picks, never really allowing Solar a numbers advantage. And it seems like as quickly as the game started, it ended.
It just ended. Like, we hardly even got to really say anything, and it was just over.
So now as we have, and again, this is a very, very talented roster I've seen go very far. I apologize for using the word very so much, but, they are just exponentially talented, I guess you can say. When you're talking about individuals like Jay and Domo, and certainly Jared, who's become pretty darn good and somewhat well recognized, I would say, in some of these tournaments. When you're talking about Solar, who do have a bevy of talent of their own, but maybe not just on the same level of recognition, let's call it, as a team like Priorities. How do you counteract that? It seems like in that point, coordination has to be the key. And as we go to Clan Blitz, maybe keeping an eye on that Tentabrella, trying to keep their pushes alive. Certainly advancing towards the basket in the most efficient manner possible.
Yeah, I'm really a fan of Solar's comp here, using like the Nautilus and the tent. It's a really good combo, having a Splatling with a tent. It just adds another line of fire and making it like an ultra undercover almost.
Yeah, almost. But the thing is, Priority kind of feeling that Solar had to know what Solar was doing if they're going to utilize that tent. They want to cover the least ground possible. They want to get there. And so what does Priority do? They have numbers going the opposite way, going across the canal and trying to get the flank on as they're trying to push forward with the Brella. Well, guess what? the opposition is pushing towards the side of you. So nothing really happening there. A virtual detente, but as I say that, the barrier gets broken and Solar finally pushes their way through. Bubbles creating just a little bit of confusion, and 44 points on the board and counting down even further past the halfway mark, and they are just piling them in. This is exactly the response that you wanted if you're a fan of Solar.
This is a wonderful opening push to see, and they're still coming in with clams one by one and picking members off of priority. They're not done yet. Nope. I think that might be it there.
They're one power clam away, but no, they are just continuing to keep this basket alive. And
oh my goodness.
Oh my, like seriously, they are 98 points. They are one clam away. Do they have it in them? It looks like the numbers just might not be there, but what a way to start it off. Not even a minute in, and we were talking about the strategy that they were going to employ. Go right down the middle. That 10 umbrella was in fact the key, Debbie, and it unlocked a whole boatload of points.
It definitely did. This is a wonderful place to be in if you're Solar. They really got to capitalize on their defenses here because they can just take the game off of this if they keep their defense strong. But with Priority is coming in with their specials and gets a team wipe on the wipe Solar, and now it's their turn to see if they can possibly KO.
But what pressure being put on Priority? They know that they have the advantage in them, and that is about as efficient as you can be with your clams. You needed about 9 if you want to maximize your points, and they got pretty much everything that they possibly could out of it. Now they're just one power clam away, and they do not have the clams quite yet, but they can certainly keep it alive. What a snipe there! And I wish I could say the name right off the top of my head, but it is hard when everyone is named the same thing. Certainly we know the names and the roles given a little bit more time, but folks, Clam Blitz does not give you the luxury of time sometimes, so we do apologize. Inkjet is ready on this iteration of Stalk. We can certainly say that, and the push will start. The Inkjet will come out, and they will take to the skies. There is a significant penalty on the board, and it is being cut into right now with individual clams, and it is over with now. They are sticking with it. Exy trying to stay on the defensive, but no, they're going to lose the lead. God. They are one clam away. Priority has broken back, and they are wiped, but they still have the lead, and now Solar with an Atlas Stone-sized mountain to climb here.
It's been so long since I've seen a clam game go where it goes down to 2 and 1. This is huge, and we see they're taking no time at all, just getting across the map. Like as soon as one pushes in, the other team is just going, and we see the leads taken right back.
They have the clams to do it! They had the power clam! They had the exact play in mind. Super jump with the power clam, get the dunk, and all it takes is one last paper cut, and the opponent bleeds out. Beautiful play by Solar. That initial push providing just the amount of difference that was needed. It is a game of inches, Debbie, and that proves it right then and there. Just because you're 1 point away, that's still 1 point worth of opportunity.
Oh, goodness. Yes, anything counts. Just no time wasted. This went. It took the game back. That was well played by Solar.
And I mean, that was the strategy that they were going for from the beginning, and it seemed to work. Even though Priority did kind of stifle it at the very beginning, they made just a few minor adjustments and made it work out. Do you think that's just a matter of persistence paying off, or did they actually start to counterplay even further beyond what the initial composition would have brought to mind?
I think they knew what they were up against, so they just had to figure their way around it. They had to make sure they had those picks to go in, because we saw when Priority went in, they used their specials very efficiently, and they ended up getting that team wipe in the middle, which allowed them to just jump right back. So they just capitalized on every moment they had.
Yeah, it seemed like that initial push lasted for quite some time, and certainly those individual clams. It's not just one clam keeping the basket alive. It's 2 or 3 at a time, extending the timer even further. And that allowed for such a bevy of opportunity, that sort of staggered push in that really, as the scoreboard indicated, Debbie, wasn't really staggered at all.
No. They both got they both almost could have knocked out the Clam right then and there on either push, but the defense managed to come out strong. So it was all dependent on how they got back in and if they could finally KO it with what they had left.
And now here we go to Anchovy Games. Time to stop playing around and get the Rainmaker, as we have a Splash-O-Matic, a Jet Squelcher. Yeah, your basic Rainmaker composition with the Jet Squelcher. You want the mobility, but you certainly want the range as well, as Stalk is going to provide a little bit of ink for their side. It looks like Solar is pushed up to the center just a little bit further at first, but Priority certainly with the firepower to kick things off. That Stingray is going to come very much in handy, I would imagine, during the proceedings of this match. And this is 2-2 on the map right now. Exy, however, meets their maker courtesy of that custom Jet Squelcher, and it is the Rainmaker in possession of Priority.
Priority taking the Rainmaker up there while they had a good moment to, but Solar not far behind, managing to pop it, take paint control back, and are pushing Priority out of the way.
Yeah, 44 ticks on the board at the moment for Priority. It's a tenuous lead, but a lead nevertheless, especially when you're talking about Rainmaker on this level, because map, whatever you want to call it, I suppose, it's Rose by any other name, smells just as sweet, but the thorns just as sharp as that is going to prove. That's a double right on the platform. They are fearlessly driving in and getting points for their team, and certainly points on the board, as they are going to, they're going to meet their stop right there. But 51-44, that's not a bad position to be in, and 3.5 minutes left in the match. They're going to be forcing the opposition into a 2v1, but still, that's they're going to get a kill. Good for 2-2 on the map right now, and that Rainmaker on the Piston, that's a precarious position for the Rainmaker.
It was a very interesting choice to go that path, but I'm pretty sure they had a plan, but it just was foiled by with the other team there coming back in and being in the right places, getting that double pick there.
I actually want to go into that a little bit further. You do see teams go for the Piston all that often, and it's by no means optimal, and is kind of considered to be the, maybe teams get a little bit too cute for their own good or something like that. What a Stingray. That makes it 4-1 on the map. And perhaps if you want to get cute with something like a push on the Piston, this is the time to do it. However, they're just going to charge right down the middle and get the knockout. Priority number 1 is getting to grand finals, and they are well on their way. In fact, they're 1 map away. It is 2-1 in favor of the number 1 seed, Solar, on the ropes.
In that moment, who needed to look cute? You just needed to look fierce, and there they went and just KO'd it.
Yeah, no, that's at that point you're kind of done playing the neutral. You're done with the footsies. You're gonna come in, cut the head off clean, and that seemed to be the case. It was just a force to be reckoned with right when they get set up. And yeah, when you take that one gigantic elevated area out of the equation, that's when you start getting yourself into trouble, especially if you sort of rely on your backliners to kind of help support and help out the people that are supposed to ink the area. So that is going to be 2-1 in favor of Priority. And as we go to tower control for Starfish main stage, obviously you get to slow it down just a little bit, but Solar, I mean, this is where the teamwork and the coordination is really going to come into play, and certainly that was emphasized for Clam Blitz in that second game. But I mean, how do you adjust that and take back that momentum that you had in game number 2, wrestling it away from the top team in this tournament? That's easier said than done, Debbie.
Oh yeah. No, and you said that we're slowing it down a bit, and I honestly believe that it's still going to be quick-paced at the beginning, and then it'll kind of slow in the middle, but either way, I think it's still going to be a rapid pace, getting in base and doing a lockout as the tower pushes here.
I can only imagine, right? I mean, this is one of those maps where it really just comes down to how efficiently you can clear those checkpoints, and certainly that second checkpoint is going to be a key, as it is on many of these maps. We're going to take one look at this composition. No surprise about the Charger coming out, and Yeah, I mean, no real surprises. Xe going with what has worked with the Tentabrella. I can only imagine they're going to be the ones riding the tower, trying to maximize those pushes as much as possible. Make sure that as many shots of priority as they possibly can get to hit that canopy.
We see it's pretty even right there, but priority is still moving the tower, not stuck at all, and Solar having a hard time stopping this with what they have. Finally able to shut down the one trying to take tower.
Yeah, they're able to stall tower just a little bit, but it's only going to be good for, I believe that's 28 points. I could have done my math wrong, so excuse me, but oh no, they're going to continue on and push
it's
well
still
past
going.
That. Yeah, no, then that's they're going to get past that first checkpoint on their way to the second, and priority has set up on their opposition snipe, and this could be trouble. They're forced into a disadvantageous situation down in the pit, and they are going to open it up. I didn't know they had metal concerts at Starfish Main Stage, as the Stingray is going to come out and take heads. It is 4-2 on the map. They're going to continue down into the last checkpoint, stalk on the lower ground, but I don't think they have any intention of backing down, as it is an even fight going into the opposition side, and it could well come down to who gets the first pick here.
Using that tower as the shield in pit there was really huge, although they did manage to, I don't think they managed to escape, but they stayed alive for quite some time in the pit there, trying to keep the fight up and at least get a pick. But Solar able to allow the tower to push back to middle here, and now they're painting control. Is it their turn to make a crazy push?
It would not be the first time that we've seen this, but remember, the last time that they did that, they were the ones doing it first. They didn't have a disadvantage to come back from. Now, granted, they did eventually have to make it happen a second time after priority retook the lead on Snapper Canal, but you had already proven that you could do it before, and a rolling splat bomb is going to take out the K-Machine, as Stalk is going to ride the tower and get it deeper into the opposition's territory. Solar's first push stops there with only 16 points accumulated. Oh, what a Garrett with the splat bomb. That was cheeky, but yeah, you can never quite rest when there is a charger just sitting in the middle of the stage. They are going to take the spotlight and take your head.
When you've got that anchor moved up with the tower, that's a really huge obstacle to get by for the other team's frontliners, because they can see, they can give the call-outs, they are your shot caller, and it's just, you got to get them out of there if you want to make something happen too. But they're in a really dominant position to shut down anything that happens from the other team.
Yeah, and more than content to just kind of let the tower reset back to the middle. They are in no rush whatsoever, and just trying to get numbers on the map. And they did have a one squid advantage, it seemed, for a moment, 4-3 on the map, but maybe just not to their liking to maybe continue pushing the tower deeper into their zone. This is going to be a battle with Xe, and they're not going to win that one. It's going to be a mutual agreement. Like, hey, if you want to bury yourself deep into our own territory, be our guest. That takes you out of the play. But they're more than content to just get the kill, and eventually Xe. Oh, that is going to be that Splattershot Pro getting the last laugh. The K Pro is just as efficient as we remember it, Debbie.
Absolutely, and priority just here, and again, they're taking their dominant positions, and they're making that push again through pit court once again. Able to get checkpoint this time, I believe. Oh yeah, they got ample of time. And here comes the KO.
Yep, just count it down, folks, and that is it. Priority 3-1 on to grand finals. As authoritative a win as you could possibly want from a number one seed of a tournament. Solar did very well to get to this point. In fact, taking out the number 2 seed Desire by this exact score, ironically enough. Solar will be waiting in losers final, but it will be priority sitting atop the mountain for now, soaking in the rewards of victory. And well, they have a lot more on their mind than winners final right now. I have to say, though, for Solar, it's not like they played bad in any of those games. That's
No, no,
that's
not
something
at
that
all.
that's something that needs to be stated. First of all, that Clam Blitz game is something to hang your hat on. That was one of the most hyped games I remember commentating, really on this stream as a whole. But yeah, ultimately just kind of got outclassed, especially on tower control in game number 4, and that's a tough. And welcome back to this 10th edition of Swim or Sink, presented to you right here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. Glad to be back, and of course, you might see some of the names on the screen. They might seem just a tad familiar to you. Certainly the likes of SpaceX and Nolan, perhaps, but also, you know what? Those aren't URLs. Those are names of some people that you have seen in this tournament before as well. And if they're making it this far, Devi, it's not by coincidence.
Nah, these teams work to be where they are, and now they really have to fight to get their spot up to grand finals now.
Sure seems that way. The number 2 team in this tournament, Desire, and we have seen Nolan quite a few times, and certainly the Nolan fan base is real. I think I underestimated just how powerful they were, but you're talking about individuals on their team, Gorilla, Madfish, and Alleycat, certainly cannot be underestimated, but especially Alleycat just kind of manning and calling the shots for the team more or less. But yeah, Beans, the 15th ranked team, wound up taking out teams like Luau, Mictlan Heroes, and Too Powerful in the last round. The first 2 matches were by a score of 2-0. Last one by a score of 2-1. Now they are going to go up and get their shot against Desire, who are odds-on favorite to win this tournament alongside Priority. And they are going to go double K Pro in order to start this off. Will Desire. So it's going to be SpaceX and Nolan on that triple MPU K Pro. Bad intentions in mind right off the jump. They're going to have to contend with the Tentabrella. A cheeky little composition, but right off the bat, Beans getting the offhand advantage. 4-2 on the map, and they are going to expand their territory from there.
Oh, I was very intrigued by seeing 2 different Brellas coming out on the side of Desire, but Beans just came and said, no, we're just going to break through these shields and just press on as they're just moving up and picking people off one by one here.
I do believe that this is that the colors are wrong. I think this is Desire in the purple, by the way. So that's do pardon us, but yeah, that was Nolan that we saw just kind of run through and get those shots in. However, the Inkjet is going to get a pick on the zone. Will it be enough to retake it? It's going to be a Booyah Bomb on the zone that's going to try to reinforce the advantage. However, the push will stop at 78, and Turtle going to try to push up and at least stave off that slide down the ramp. However, that elevated area is going to be tough to contest. Turtle making sure that they realize, this is a no-fly zone. If you want to get down to the zone, you're going to have to go another way. Turtle jumping over the Brella. That is an interesting strategy, but it seems to work so far. And now they are going to try to put some bubbles and a Brella between themselves in the 2v1 situation. It's not going to work, and they do get 40 ticks onto the board themselves, but not before Desire have their potential path to victory.
Turtle held their ground a long time there on that ramp, but now it's Desire here that are forcing people to jump back as they're holding zone, but they have 2 members down right now. Space coming in with the Booyah Bomb, maybe to close out these bubbles here, possibly to take zone back, but it's definitely not enough. There's a lot of yellow paint on that zone still.
SpaceX is going to go down there. That is a trade that Beans will be more than happy to take, as they are going to try to cut into their penalty. They will not do so successfully. Silva is going to pop that ink arm and try to give their team as much support as possible. That is a 2v1 that they will wind up having to settle for a trade. Nolan is going to maybe not be satisfied with that, but you know what? It's what you're given, and that's not a whole lot you can do about that. Gorilla with the 96 gal. That thing hits like a truck when it hits, to be fair.
It really does.
Yeah.
Just like you get the 2 shots land, you're gone.
Yeah, but that's also kind of what the triple MPU is supposed to do for the Splatter Shot Pro. You're basically at that point using a 96 gal that shoots straight. So that's they were trying to go for just complete brute force, and it seems to be working out just fine for Desire thus far, as Beans is trying to cut into the penalty, and it looks like they will do so successfully, but they do not have a numbers advantage just yet. Despite how hard they have worked, the penalty has expired, and they will cut into their score. They are past the 50-point mark. The bubbles looks like they could very well be popped, but the Booyah Bomb is going to make them lose control of the zone, and just a little bit of elbow grease in the zone is going to help Desire take it right back.
And then we see the 96 here coming, finding people on the other side of the ledges here, seeing if maybe they can get a fall-off shot out. But now getting contested by the Nautilus here. Have to work around. Is it the teams working together in it looks like a 3v2?
Oh man, yeah, they are working extremely hard in order to make this happen. Oh, but they take back the zone, adding on to the penalty of Desire. If they want to get this KO, they are going to have to work for it. And it could very well start here. However, they have to contend with this Nautilus. It is 2v2 fighting over the zone. Nolan getting aggressive, looking for the play. They get the nice. That could be big. They are going to have to settle for the trade. Desire is going to tack on more to Beans' penalty. And that could very well be the death knell for Beans in this game number 1. But Silva not calling it quits yet. They're going to try to fight this as they get rushed down. And Desire cutting into this penalty quite efficiently so. However, looks like control could very well be taken back. Mission accomplished, though, for Desire. That's about as well as you can play that.
Yeah, absolutely. They have zone right now. There is like 5 seconds left. They need to trigger overtime. Nice pick there as the Nautilus is just holding control on the ramp now, making sure that the team can't come in as overtime is now started. But Nolan coming onto the zone. He's got Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, and that might just wrest control away. That's a double on the Booyah Bomb. On the very outer limits of the bomb, winds up getting the kill, and certainly with targets in their sight, Nolan does not miss. Desire will go up 1-0, but not without a fight.
Oh my goodness, that was Nolan coming in there. He got that jump pick on the Inkjet, and then we saw that there was a Booyah that followed and got another pick. That was a big play there to start with, and then just sharking there on snipe and jumping over when they saw an opening was a wonderful play. Wonderful play to stop that overtime.
And you saw the statistics at the end of that game, Debbie. That was the Nautilus doing as much as they possibly could. In fact, top fragging for the field overall with 13. It was just those coordinated efforts and the quickness with which Desire, were allowed to take the zone back. The coordination with the Booyah Bombs combined with the sheer numbers on the map at the time, and certainly the bodies that they put into the zone just winds up being a little bit too much for Beans to handle. They could very well take it back, however, as we make it rain on Starfish main stage. I do wonder, though, what the key is going to be for Beans to try to overpower a team that seems to be showing nothing but power at this point.
Both are showing that both teams here have a lot of power to work with. We've seen the specials come in back and forth, but Desire's coming out more there seems more efficient. Like it's winning over Beans' push. But there's still several things that can happen here.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder. I don't know exactly what the composition for Desire is going to be, and we're taking a look at it here. And yes, sticking with the 96 gallon, you're going to throw a roller in there for good measure, and they are going to try to get that with the quickness. You see just how efficient Space is with that, and it looks like, is that the carbon roller that I'm seeing?
There is the carbon roller.
Yeah. Yeah, no, not exactly the best move. Oh, no, that's going to, they're going to go for a swim, you poor fool. Did you not know? Did you forget what kind of squid you were? My God.
I think Mrs. Claus just being a bully there just knocked him into the water. That was a hard jump to get by with Mrs. Claus shots there.
That was some harsh hazing from Mrs. Claus. That is a shame to the North Pole and the Claus family. But nevertheless, that is going to take the timer down to halfway as Space does get the double, though the damage has been done. Trying to engage with that's Luke. But yeah, that K shot is going to go down, and 51 points on the board for Beans. Desire looking to follow it up and push forward. And it makes you wonder, Beans perhaps find a little bit of success with counter-punching, but here comes Desire. They like to just ram it through, coming through guns blazing space, trying to pave the path forward. They're going to wind up in a 2v1 and go down, but they do get the lead, and that distraction pays off.
When you said ram it through, the Carbon just followed your words and literally rammed through, which helped their teammates move right on in. That was wonderful.
and doing it with the quickness. Oftentimes you'll see, I don't know if you see Carbon all that often, really. Especially, I mean, obviously the meme has always been Carbon was never really that good in this game. Carbon certainly suffering a bevy of nerfs from the transition from 1 to 2 at the very least. But yeah, I would say just this Carbon taking advantage of everything that the weapon does well, not really sacrificing anything in terms of power, because you're going to get off as many hits as you possibly can. Your job is going to be a nuisance and try to just jab people in the mouth as much as possible with the opposite coloring of them. And Beans is going to get a full team wipe, pushing it back out. So that last push of Desire is not successful, not able to add on to the lead. And Beans right now on the counter punch, looking to do some damage here, and it could very well start from this flank. However, losing the Rainmaker.
Flank just, they're painting up there. I think took a little bit of extra time than needed and just didn't make it in with the Rainmaker there. So Desire was able to just jump on it and stop it and choke.
Yeah, that was awful close, and certainly that was a clutch splat bomb there by Madfish in order to get the person off that elevated platform. As they continue on here, certainly looking to continue as they have started out. Silva going to fall victim yet again. SpaceX just buzzing around. Maybe that thing doesn't sting you like a bee, but it certainly bites you like a mosquito, don't it?
Oh goodness, yes. It's just a big, very irritating, as a lot of people would say for a Carbon like that. Just in your face, it'll constantly make you itch.
Yeah, and it's just something that is just a little too tough to scratch in that instance. And Turtle going to try to provide a little bit of support for their team. Nolan, that movement that we've come to know so well, is going to win that 1v1. Going to survive a shot from that Rainmaker just out of range of the shot. And that Booyah Bomb maybe just lacking in coordination. They were looking for the kill, but their teammate got it. I don't think that's going to factor in too much here as we come into 1 minute remaining. Desire looking to finish things off, and they are just 50 seconds away, excuse me. They're going to let this thing reset. However, it is going to be imperative that they get a numbers advantage, which they do not have. It is 3-2 on the map, and Mrs. Claus is going to just try to push this on through, and they are going to get the advantage that they need right there. A solo effort charging gloriously into gunfire, and Beans have life in 30 seconds to go.
And they were still going. They got it even up to 17. That was huge. Just sometimes you just gotta go. And when you had a wipe situation like that, that was the moment to do it. And even then, just had the support, the follow-up, and were able to finish off with a score of 17. Desire here now is their last chance to make a push with this Rainmaker.
And here now is where we might see the full fury. However, that Carbon goes down to the suction bomb. Well placed by Beans, and Silva is going to try to take advantage. They still have the Rainmaker. They're going to get rushed down, and that could very well be it. However, 4-2 on the map. Gorilla stays alive somehow. I have no idea, but they're going to get flanked. They're being forced to move up and perhaps into gunfire. 3-2 on the map, however. Gorilla still with the Rainmaker. They have numbers forward. Can they do this? They're going to...
Oh my god!
Yellow Wing! They get flanked, and it's a K-shot that takes them down. Beans stays alive through sheer willpower, it seems.
Oh my goodness. Desire had a really strong going there. Like, they got the members of Beans that were coming in one by one, and that was a really great push at the end there. Just getting caught and pincered by two members there from Plat and off the side with the flank. That was crazy. And even the solo push to get Beans the lead there was like, whoa. That was like,
I mean,
My brain is rattled.
The effort that we saw from the front line there cannot be understated. The amount of ink that they were able to garner, it really was predicated by the numbers advantages that they were allowed to get and the movement that we saw from Mrs. Claus and Silva combining for, what was that? It seemed like 29 combined splats if the numbers checked out right. I don't know if I just did them. I did the math quite haphazardly. I'm not as good with numbers as the calculations led on, but no, that was quite the effort that we saw, really from all parties, and certainly Luke at the very last second coming through with that crucial shot with the K shot at the very end, keeping that final push from happening. And you saw them trying to set up on that ramp, Luke making sure that it didn't happen at the very end.
Oh my goodness, yeah, and even like the extra push that Beans had there to get it to 17 after when they got that take lead back, that really helped them as well, because that ending would have been a lot more clutch than it would have if they didn't take that extra step to push the Rainmaker a little bit more further. So that was a great call to take the Rainmaker and go.
It was a scary, scary situation, and Gorilla coming so close and really did quite well to avoid getting splatted from the very beginning, just avoiding the claws of that end zap.
Had great movement, and again, great team support to even get them all the way back to across the map and as far as they did. Like, that was great team coordination there.
And this is going to be the rubber match right here. Is going to have tower control on the reef to be the deciding factor. And this is where Turtle is going to have to show out with the 10 umbrella. We saw just how effective this thing could be in tower control earlier on in this bracket, and certainly with bad intentions in mind, SpaceX going with the 10 to tech splatter shot. So, oh man, everything that is old is new again, and gonna have to show this thing can still be meta if we want it to be. Nolan is going to get the shot on the T-Tech. However, the Inkjet, the Inkjet's going to get the shot right back, however. So it is going to be 3-2 on the map. Beans is going to get that early advantage, and numbers around the tower. The bubbles looks like they're going to be deployed by Turtle. Maybe not as quickly as possible, but certainly as efficiently as Turtle can manage it.
Does go down after popping them, though. Yeah, good shot by Nolan as well, like just getting in between. Bubbles were trying to put a little bit of crown control on the choke there, but did end up failing from those shots.
I mean, sometimes you just got to take the L. There's no such thing as a perfect player, but that trade is going to give them just an ever so slight advantage. And 47 points on the board right now for Beans. It's going to be just fine as they have the ball in their court. And as it seems like the plan is going to be for Desire to try to take a higher ground, but they are not concentrating on their right side of the map at all. And Nolan, however, is just going to take numbers in the mid and push forward from there. Gets the assist on the tower with that one, and is going to try to take care of the bubbles, making sure that the tower goes unoccupied for just a little bit. And Turtle, all of a sudden, kind of caught in a wasteland, taken out of the play.
Yeah, just got kind of stuck in a corner there, but Bridge was very well controlled there. Luke holding it as long as it could so that the tower could push forward more than it did. But Desire managed to come in and take him out and able to finally stop the tower and go in. Oh, the bubbles.
I do kind of like this Brella is doing something very insidious. Maybe it's not protecting at the most efficient of angles, but just the presence of the Brella is making Desire stop and rethink their point of attack. You're seeing, like, maybe they're moving around, but they're not necessarily making what you would call, purely offensive measures. They are being made to stop and plan around the Brella, especially in those deceptively narrow corridors that pop up along those elevated platforms. And as Desire reaches the first checkpoint finally, they are going to go on the offensive, and there is just a bevy of purple ink for them to work with, as they are going to take care of that higher ground and get to the second checkpoint, perhaps even taking the lead. They're just a couple points away from doing so, and it looks like they will. And indeed, that front line is doing so much work. The second checkpoint has been cleared. Nolan going to send in the Booyah Bomb and get Turtle with it. And is this the knockout blow that they've been looking for? They are past the third checkpoint here, Debbie.
This is... Oh, I think they might get this here. Yep, they do.
My.
Wow. That push was very strong. You can see from the overhead as well, Desire were in every corner you could think of, just applying pressure and together where they needed. So if they had to shift, they just shifted. And it was just, wow. Just a big wall is what they were. You could see them just lined across up the top there by Carr and Platt. Just had ink control and just went.
As efficient as you could possibly ask for, and Desire are going to be the ones moving forward by a score of 2-1. It was not without their efforts from Beans, and certainly did make that interesting, but the lead being taken and Desire with no intentions of letting go of the tower, much less the set, holding on to that like they were holding on for dear life. And Nolan leading the field with 12 frags, excuse me. Madfish not far behind with 9. Good shot calling there from the frontliner on the junior, and certainly the Ink Armors coming in handy, keeping their teammates alive on the tower. But really just a solid team effort all in all, especially the decision to control the bridge from midfield and push forward from there onto the tower was interesting.
Yeah, it definitely was.
Yes. So as we are going to continue on, that is Desire moving on. May not have been the prettiest, but it was certainly engaging. We can say that. So Massacre, they have advanced on to round 7. They will face off against Desire. So 2 teams with which we are pretty familiar in this tournament, I would say, Debbie.
At this point, yeah, I believe we've seen a lot of play from both of them. We've seen how strong both teams can be. So this is definitely going to be a good match to watch.
Yeah, Massacre will be playing their second set in the losers bracket. They actually went down by a score of 3-0 to the team that's sitting in Grands, actually, priority. So this team, Grim, PV, is Cat here, and Flaber are going to perhaps meet their match here. If you're going to go down, there's no shame in going down to the number 1 and 2 seeds in the tournament. However, if you are seated this high, you're kind of expecting yourself to do just a little bit better. And that seems to be what Massacre has in mind, as they wound up taking their losers quarterfinal set from Abyssal by a score of 2-0. Now going up against Desire, they're going to be asked to do a whole lot more. It's time for them to dig deep. So as we wait for this to continue on, certainly want to thank you for joining us here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, definitely hit the heart to follow. Subscribe if you're so inclined. If you think it's time, drop the prime. Anything that you can do to help out Grassroots Splatoon is more than appreciated. We're going to get the room set up so that we can bring you this losers semifinal action, but don't go anywhere. Keep it tuned right here to this 10th edition of Swim or Sink. Welcome back to this 10th edition of Swim or Sink, presented to you by the good people at Inkling Performance Labs. I am Mazer, studio announcer. I'm joined here by Devi, and coming up is the number 4 and 2 seeds going at it, Massacre taking on Desire, two names with which we are very familiar, clashing in losers semifinals. The stages don't get much more significant than this in terms of weekly tournament play, and have to say, I am expecting these two teams to play like it.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of there's going to be a lot of war in the more contested areas here. I know both these teams can be relatively aggressive. They can do like sneak flanks, but I think they're going to be seen, and then it's just going to be who's going to come out with the victory on like the 1v1, or is the team going to be there to be able to jump on the one that's coming from the side. It's going to be definitely interesting to see what these two teams are going to bring here, especially on Clan Blitz Skipper.
Oh man, this map and mode. Certainly, it's not one for which people are lacking in opinion, and well, it's not like either of these teams are lacking in skill. It looks like we are counting down to the very last second. Flavor just kind of taking their sweet old time to confirm, and well, it's going to be the clock that does it for them. So, as we are going to jump right into it, as you mentioned, Skipper Pavilion, Clan Blitz. It is an awful big map with a lot. It's certainly unique. We can say that.
It's very unique.
Yeah, and the amount that you can do, like, you have to be mobile. You kind of have to have range, kind of similar to New Albacore in that sense, at the very least, as we take a look at the compositions. But I'm noticing Vortex going with the mini splat lane, and I honestly kind of like this pick. I mean, I like the mini splat lane in general, particularly the vanilla one, but Gorilla going to just break out a big weapon that hits hard, and that generally seems to be a good plan.
Yeah, you want to have that one range that can do the damage or get a little bit of poke and zone while teammates can follow up on it, and the 96 can definitely do that.
Going to be his cat here, getting a clam. They're not going to have a power clam with which to take advantage, but they certainly have the numbers on the backline as they are trying to push forward. And on that lower platform, certainly a battle to be had there, but as we're looking towards, it seems like they have the clams necessary to break through, but it's an even higher number as Madfish trying to kill some time and perhaps buy time for a power clam to super jump towards them. However, it's going to be Vortex and company taking down their opposition. Nolan is going to get that initial barrier breakage and try to provide just a little bit more ink into that zone. Looks like it's just going to be those 20 points to start things off unless a last-minute clam comes through. No, and Massacre just kind of gets a free pity clam out of it.
Mm-hmm. You almost wonder if that initial push was kind of worth. I believe the team was trying to follow up, but did get shut down by members that was in between. And so you wonder if maybe they wanted to throw that clam in or not.
And now this is, again, oh my gosh, that was
wow.
That was a little ratchet, if I'm being completely honest. And that power clam is going to disappear, unfortunately, for Massacre. So that's one off of the board. So a little bit of a defensive measure to go along with the offense that Desire has provided. And right now, they seem to be the only ones keen to provide anything resembling as such, as Gorilla is eventually... Oh, then the clam goes off of the side! That is tragic.
That is very unfortunate, and it was just kind of on the ledge, but it just slowly bounced off, and it wanted to go back into the ocean.
My people need me. But no, that's somewhere just off of the shoreline, just a bunch of washed up golden clams appear. It's like this was once someone's dreams. But Gorilla is going to very but Gorilla is going to jump in with yet another power clam, and this would be the third one that they get during the proceedings of this match thus far. They are going to be met with numbers, not going to get the throw, just out of range, and That was well done by the mini Splatling to defend the territory. It does not look like they're going to get another barrier breakage, at least with that clam. And yeah, it's just going to disappear. SpaceX not able to get there in time, and that just serves up. They just served themselves up the vortex on a silver platter there.
It did. Desire here, they're coming in with one power clam at a time, pretty much. Like it's just going one and one and one, keeping up the pressure. But they don't have any follow-up with these power clams. But right now it's working for them.
Yeah, I mean it's
and there's
you can only call it crazy if it doesn't work. That's the thing, Debbie. So never be too sure about that. They are going to get the barrier breakage and another power clam to cut into the penalty as Gorilla is going to take full advantage. They are concentrated solely on getting clams in. They do somehow survive, though Nolan goes down. SpaceX is going to meet their maker right there as they just wind up in a 3v1, but more clams piling in as Nolan respawns. That's going to be it for the offensive measures, but the damage has been done. Thus far, the score is 91-0, Debbie.
Wow. Like I said, Desire just keeping up all the pressure. Massacre looks like that they're having a lot of, like, they're struggling trying to get out of the two pathways to try to find themselves a way to push.
Yeah, and Gorilla right now looking for clams, trying to add it on, perhaps administer the coup de grace here, but all it takes right there is two power clams, really, if you think about it. You have 39 points with which to accumulate, but it looks like you're going to hold on to this lead unless you just wind up at a huge disadvantage, and if that mini Splatling goes down, it would basically be a delayed what? You do have a power clam, you are alive, but you need as many as possible, and those missiles are going to be deployed. Vortex needs to find a way in, and they'll need to do it on their own. They see the SpaceX up there. They know they're just lurking. They just suspected, it feels like, Gorilla is going to try to plow down his cat here, and they'll do so successfully. No path in to be had. Massacre gets shut out, and Desire goes up by a score of 1-0 in this best of 3 set, is it not?
Yes, I believe it is a best of 3.
And that is tough. Gorilla, look at the numbers that they put up. Them and Madfish and SpaceX going for double-digit splats all throughout that one. Gorilla leading the field with 17 and just so efficient with the movement. That's kind of what you need to be for something like the 96 Gal. I mean, it's not going to shoot straight, but again, when it hits, it is a 2-shot kill, and yeah, it's about as efficient as you need it to be. Gorilla, just an absolute nuisance, but a force to be reckoned with, especially when their movement is on point. Because maybe you can't control where the shots go, you can definitely control where you go.
That is what the 96 is good for. It's just, it's like, hey, I'm here, get out of the way. It's just keeping control of the area and making sure people don't come by. It's just like, I'm here, if you come near me, you're gone.
Yeah, it sure seems that way, and certainly it would be the case on Inkblot, Art Academy, and Splatstone, so don't blink. This set could very well be over before we know it. It's going to be on Massacre to prove otherwise, but it seemed like it was very effectively utilized by Desire, that sort of pincer movement. They weren't afraid to just go in two directions at the same time, and that's kind of what it winds up being, right? Is a series of 1v1s sort of converging onto a singular point, and how long you can control the point after that. And just never really seemed to be afraid to divide themselves up, to believe in their own individual skill. And obviously that showed in the splat count, but certainly with the score at the end of the game, we were kind of wondering where they were going by just getting 2 clams in and 2 power clams in and nothing else beyond that. And after that third one broke through, that's kind of when the dam burst.
Yeah, they got that team wipe, so they were able to get a whole bunch of more clams in to knock it down. Didn't quite KO it, but they had all the pressure there. They had all the time. That was their moment right then and there, which sealed it.
And perhaps it wasn't the scoreboard that showed a KO, but you saw at some point they were just trying to break their spirits. And to be fair, Massacre did not give up, but they simply could not find a way in. Excellent defense at the end by Desire.
They had a really hard time trying to control the members of Desire that were just lurking below the ledges and applying pressure and just could not find a way through with their clams. And they tried at the end, but just couldn't get the picks to break through the upper path there.
Yeah, so Desire trying to continue their reign of terror over this loser's bracket and doing so quite well on stream for that game number 1, but they have not had their shot yet at priority. They could very well be looking towards that. However, they have pretty decent opposition right in front of them as we go to game number 2, Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy. As we take a look at the compositions, not a whole lot has changed, but it could very well come down to how effective these charges are. Oh, but right there, the shot comes in. Nolan not missing the mark. Very rarely does. And movement's going to come in handy for them. The splat bombs certainly going to be useful in terms of getting rid of everyone on that platform. Closing in, and they're going to charge through, try to delay a little bit and get as much off of the counter as possible. And that looks like it could be good for 40 points to start as the initial gambit.
It was a very nice opening, applying a lot of pressure. Nolan again with those great picks. And now let's see if Massacre can stop. But the zone's still counting down on Desire. It hasn't been stopped yet. It looks like it just might now. No, it didn't. It is still going on the side of Desire.
They went right back in. No, I mean, Gorilla not showing any quarter, trying to get an advantage with the ink wall, and it winds up working, but for how long? It's 3-2 on the map. If Yellow is going to make this happen, they need to do so now. And when your Charger's the main inking weapon available, that is just not going to work. GG's, says Desire. They are moving on by a score of 2-0. Massacre is going to bow out in 4th place. I mean, look at how short that game was. And SpaceX and Nolan charging through, combining for 13 splats in that short amount of time. Just goes to show how fearless they were and really how confident in their game plan they were. There was no time for hesitation, and luckily for them, they did not hesitate.
No, not at all. They just went in and collapsed on everything they could and got picks by doing it as well. Even if some were trades, it was still beneficial for the rest of their team members.
Yeah, and simply no time to look back, only moving forward, and now they have bigger things in mind because waiting in Losers Final. I'm not sure how long it's going to take to set up, but I think we're going to... Are we just going right into it? I'm asking our wonderful producer, Inkfair. Unsure, so that means we are going to at least pause it for now, but Desire has revenge in mind because the team that they went down to by a score of 3-1 in winner's semifinal waits for them in losers final, and that is the number 6 seed Solar. So will Desire get revenge, or will Solar burn even brighter in the face of adversity? Priority waits in grands. Losers final is up next here on Swimmer Sync. Don't go away. And welcome back to this 10th edition of Swim or Sink, presented to you by Inkling Performance Labs here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. Mazer Stu, the announcer, here alongside Devi. This is one that Desire has been looking forward to because they lost to this team, the 6th seed, Solar, in winners semifinals. Now they have their shot at revenge. And from the looks of it, momentum may very well be a real thing. And if that's the case, Solar has ample reason to be worried.
Yeah, there's definitely a worry there. We've seen Desire, they're just getting all up in people's faces here and just want to push through. I'm pretty sure they were looking forward to this rematch. And I'm very curious to see if they're going to, if their aggression is going to be enough to take the set.
Certainly a lot of questions that are going to need to be answered here, but certainly they have the personnel with which to answer them. One thing that we know for sure, this is in fact loser's bracket. Winner goes on, loser gets out. And it seems that Solar are going to try to continue as they started out against this team. Again, a 3-1 victory in winners semifinal for this team. Bless, Garrett, Exy, and Legend. We do remember seeing them on stream. Exy could very well be featuring that Tentabrella again, trying to challenge the offensive force of Desire. And they've done it once before. Now they have to do it again. Perhaps just a little bit more motivated this time, however, as Bless breaks out the Nautilus yet again and again. You could just be looking for Gorilla and Nolan to just try to barrel through as we go to Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard.
We can't forget about Space as well, with the amount of pressure that they've been adding against the other team as well.
Oh, for sure. No, and that's something to be said. I mean, it could very well be a matter of the willingness to close down the distance, as we're showing right here. Nolan gets taken out early. Legend is going to finally get sniped out of the air, but not before, well, maybe sniped isn't the exact word for a 96 gal, but nevertheless, the shot's going to find them and they're going to go down. And that's going to provide just a little bit of an advantage for Desire as they get to that first checkpoint, looking to clear it. And as Ink Armor is going to be popped, Gorilla trying to stay on that tower, just barely able to get back onto the checkpoint. Looks like they're not actually going to be able to clear it. And, oh, they do finally get to it, but it resets, and a double from Bless is going to help. And, wow, what a way to hold on to the first checkpoint. Just barely hanging on, but you know what? It's, if you're able to hang on to the checkpoint, that don't really matter. It resets the timer, gives you just a little bit more time to set back up onto that point, and it's not lost just yet, and that could prove to be bigger than either of us really expected.
That's true, and now we see Desire here looking to stop this push from oncoming, but a couple specials coming out as they're being pressed back into their court here by Solar, but Solar goes 2 down, and Desire is moving in on this.
I don't know why I'm noticing this just now, but I do think I called it Rainmaker instead of Tower Control, so I do apologize for that error, but nevertheless, yeah, you're still pushing forward. It's just going to be exponentially slower. So Gorilla right now has the power to deal with that, is going to sit on the tower with the 96 gallon. Looks like they may very well clear that timer, and indeed they do. Clear the checkpoint. They're going to settle for the trade. 3-1 on the map as Gorilla jumps right back in. The Charger was settling in just fine. Gorilla not going to get the kill on that elevated snipe area, and that's going to be Bless taking their head with the Nautilus. And finally, a numbers advantage, a tangible one, as they're trying to push back into mid. Perhaps wishing it was Rainmaker at this point. That means they could reset it that much quicker.
Oh, Gorilla with a nice pick there as they're working under the bridge, but goes down to Junior, just comes in and says, nope, you're going away. My territory now, and taking the tower and moving forward as a Nautilus is with them.
Yep, the small funny gun does indeed go brr, and it certainly did, right in their faces, but the splat bomb perfectly placed by Madfish, a madman or squid indeed, as they are going to settle in on that elevated area. And when you're on top of the world, you are looking down upon everyone, and that is exactly where you want to be if you're a sniper, and gets that angle beautifully on Legend. Going to find their head and take it 4-3 on the map, and the Stingray is going to be deployed. It's a special well-earned. Let's see how they use it as they try to push forward and extend on a very nice 69-point lead.
They do have that inkjet in the way, but it looks like they took care of it, and Desire is coming in at full force here, trying to get through this last checkpoint on their way to the KO. They're really close to getting in here. They have numbers, and there they are.
Oh, that's it. That is it. You just saw a sea of purple ink, and you just knew that it was over. They were taking care of the plat perfectly. No real chance for Solar to get down and contest, other than with that Tentabrella, and it just takes a little bit too long for that thing to deploy. So Desire is going to go up by a score of 1-0. Double-digit splats for 3 of the members. Nolan leading the field with 17. Perhaps not a surprise to see Nolan leading the field in splats. We have seen it quite a few times before, but really just how readily they're enabled by his team or by his teammates. Certainly by the frontliners. You saw just how effectively we would see the junior come through, just barreling, creating a sea of ink for Nolan to rush around in, and also kind of emboldening Nolan to go charging forward with no regards to life of any sort, whether it be their opponents or their own, it seems like at times. But still coming through with those kills and surviving. Gotta say, I mean, when you have teammates like that behind you, I'd probably be as confident as Nolan seems to play as well.
Mm-hmm. And they must be aware of it as well, which allows them to have that confidence, because if that isn't known, some people are more cautious, and I know some aren't, but definitely just going in there knowing that they have that follow-up along their side, so they can just go and take control and let that objective go further.
And now if Solar is going to do this, they're going to have to is this actually best of 3?
It is best of 3, yeah.
Okay, well, whatever it is, if that is the case, then this is Solar's last chance.
It is.
That is. I was actually about to say best of 5. I do recall it being best of 5 at certain other tournaments in the past, but that's whatever it is. Solar definitely getting the pressure put onto them, and they are going to have to do it in Clamblitz here. And certainly we've seen them capable of doing it. Perhaps this is the mode that they were asking for, but Exy, that Tentabrella, I mean, how key is this going to be going forward? That was basically the crux of their offensive push in that winner's final set, if you remember, against Priority. It has to be doubly important here because this is your tournament life on the line right now.
It really is, although Tent's got a little bit of downfall here as it got stuck in a corner, and Desire just coming in, but the ball got picked and so did the other members. Oh. Wonderful shutdown.
Yeah, Solar coming up big when it matters the most. That's going to be essentially just Gorilla on the front lines, and they're going to be pulling back and trying to make sure that the line is at least maintained just under the midfield mark, as Gorilla trying to get anything resembling coverage with the 96 Gal. And the Ink Armor is going to be popped. They're going to help out just a little bit, but I think it's just dueling Ink Armors at this point. Garrett going to throw a few suction bombs. That's suction bombs coming in to support Garrett, excuse me. They do very much have splat bombs, however, as he kindly demonstrates for us here. Garrett collecting as many claims as they possibly can, and they're definitely going to try to use the mobility of the junior in order to push through here, but you're going to need help from the teammates as well, and this is where Exy comes into play. Not able to push through with really much coordination at all there, but this could very well be the great equalizer. Still 4-2 on the map, and they do get the barrier breakage. Solar striking first, and this could prove to be key. They get a clam in, and it continues on here. Booyah Bomb's going to clear out the club, but Solar, this is exactly what you wanted to see from them at the start.
Yes, it is. It looks like that they did do a split push there and diverting attention from Plat and below, where the Tent pushed in and the Inkjet followed up. They were able to allow the barrier to break from below as they pressured Plat.
Yeah, and this is kind of the important thing. Maybe it's not a 98-point push like we saw at the beginning of game number 2 winners final, the one that we brought up prior, but still, points are points, and certainly when you're talking about something like this, it's not necessarily even 2 power claims getting thrown in, but you're still talking about a relatively sizable lead. You just need to make sure that Desire are not collecting the clams that they need to begin with. So now all of a sudden you're perhaps focusing on being hyper defensive. However, Exy apparently not getting that memo, caught in between a rock and a hard place. Yeah, a protective barrier only protects one side of you, and that doesn't really help when you have enemies coming at you from 2.
They had the crossfire and the booyah on top of them. They just wanted the tent out of there.
Yeah.
That is exactly what they did. They got the tent out of there.
I mean, they know exactly that that's going to be the crux of their push. It seems to have been the case really every single time we've seen them play Clam Blitz, as Nolan is going to try to get a pick, and indeed finds Garrett. So finding the mark is going to protect that power clam just sitting right by the basket. That is priority number 1, and certainly with priority waiting in grand finals, that's saying something. Pardon
really
the pun, that's just kind of my thing. A barrier breakage by Desire, so a chance here. However, it's going to be Bless on that Nautilus, finding the mark yet again, so it looks like no further damage will be done. Excellent defense here by Solar.
Yeah, Solar here keeping the paint up, making sure that Desire can't get any more, couldn't get any more clams in, so they're still securing their lead quite well. Now they just need to maybe see if they can make another clam here, find another push. I believe we've seen armor came out there from both sides now.
Solar trying to keep their tournament hopes alive, looking for a rematch against Priority and Grands as Bless on this Nautilus. They've gotten their tournament miles in, certainly. The last Swimmer Sync they played in was the 8th edition, but that double is going to help Spaces popping off with the triple, and they're going to get the lead. Desire, they have bigger things in mind, and they could very well be attaining them in just 30 seconds. They're not done yet, however. They're still piling in the clams. 84 points on the board, and what an offensive measure. They could still yet come through, but it looks like the push will be stifled then and there. What a play by Desire, showing that they have tournament hopes that reach just a little bit higher than the sun. And indeed, Solar may just burn out here. They do have a power clam, but no one is able to get it. They are going to be defending that. You have a push coming in from the side. Is a barrier breakage going to come through? SS Nolan trying to push in with one last hope and trying to get a barrier breakage with a stray clam. Power clam is not going to be created. They're going to get the pick. Power clam is still alive here. How are they defending? Let's see. Legend is going to get taken out in midfield. They are not going to get the barrier breakage in time. Desire at the very last second come through. A deluge of clams is going to block out the sun. And Desire moves on 2-0 to grand final.
Oh my goodness. Desire had the push they needed there. There was 2 going in together and Space able to capitalize on those picks. And Desire got that breakage and the lead and the game. Solar looked like that they were really close to getting that score in overtime there, but the clock just ran out.
I mean, maybe it was my eyes deceiving me, but I could have sworn that I saw the spinning of the ball on the barrier. It felt like it was that close. I don't know if that was...
It was spinning? Okay. People are saying it was spinning.
Yeah.
So that was very tight, very tight.
It was that close. A matter of frames. A matter of mere microseconds. And that is heartbreaking if you are Solar, but... It was a match well played. It's something that you can hang your hat on. Their performance in Clam Blitz has been nothing short of extraordinary, and that is something I think with which to build on. It shows that you are a very good cohesive unit that can hang 1v1. But my, oh my, that triple from SpaceX at the very beginning, that Nautilus coming in and cleaning house, proving to be the difference maker in that final push. So now, as we are going to go to grand finals, That is going to be their top priority, that first place. However, it is priority, the first seed, waiting in Grands. Desire versus priority. That's the matchup you're getting, and it is going to be next. Don't go away. We've got Grand Finals here on Swimmer Sync 10.
We are back with Grand Finals, everyone. It is Priority versus Desire. This is the match to see who's gonna take it all.
All right, ready when you are.
We're on. So the teams are just getting ready, and we're about to take on Clamblitz Albacore.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, a map that requires a lot of range and a lot of finesse. You're going to find battles pretty much everywhere that you go. There is absolutely nowhere to run and certainly nowhere to hide. It's offense and defense combining into one. It's all a matter of which one you make your priority. And here we go. Welcome to Grand Finals here at the 10th edition of Swim or Sink, right here on IPL Splatoon. It's priority and it's Desire. The numbers 1 and 2 seeds, perhaps it was fate, whatever you want to call it, they certainly earn their spots here as we take a look at the composition.
We better see that hype, everybody, because this is going to be a hype set. And right now we see both teams trying to take control of mid here, as Ballpoint here trying to take the bridge, but Bamboo takes it out.
Oh, that Bamboo. It is exacting as ever, and Madfish looking to make examples of priority. And they have been doing so pretty effectively with pretty much every single weapon that they've been using thus far. Quite the effective backliner for their side. And as Gorilla, we're going to see here, trying to take advantage in the midfield. They are here to take heads. And Yeah, you can provide a little bit of ink support, I guess, and certainly a lot of ink armor support, but as 4-2 on the map, Desire is going to get their wish and get the control of the mid. However, as they're trying to push through, you're seeing now they are going to get the barrier breakage. Good, efficient movement as the ink armor is going to get popped, extend their life, and Gorilla is going to take full advantage as they get a few clams in. SpaceX is going to try to keep the push alive, trying to provide a point through which to push. However, they will be taken down, not before they get one more clam in. And that is a decent opening gambit, 32 points on the board. Maybe not as many as you would have liked, but if you're Desire, you're not exactly complaining either.
No, not at all. That was a very back and forth fight underneath the clam goal. It was good as they got in as many as they did. But Priority able to finally close it out and going to try to take back mid here and see if they can get a push in as one member is already in their street.
Yeah, and this is going to be a test for Desire because I don't know if Desire has faced off against a more well-rounded team in this tournament than Priority, though Desire right now showing that they can hang with the best of them. Nolan is going to try to goad their opposition into a 1v1 and instead is going to be the splash wall that's for the other team now. Nolan simply trying to survive, maybe provide a jumping point, and that's going to be Gorilla getting taken out in the 2v1, and there's SpaceX yet again on the T-Tech. Has not been doing that poorly at all with really whatever weapon that they have been provided, whether it's the Nautilus or the T-Tech. Again, what is old is new again. That thing provides anything that you need, and if you are SpaceX, generally it's an inkjet. Madfish is going to waste no time with the with specials in that instance, just going to hit the shots, and Madfish has been doing that with scary consistency, if I'm being completely honest.
It has been really consistent, just turn and flick and there it goes, and is holding their ground as much as they can. Looks like Desire getting the opening here, and Madfish is still trying to hold the street the best they can.
Oh, they got one clam in, and this is kind of something that I was going to allude to, that I was wondering if they could do. Are they able to kind of get these little miniature pushes and maybe not get as dominant a win as they would like, but have to grind one out? It's not everything is going to be a work of art, you know what I mean? You're going to have to grind out some ugly games every now and then. You're going to have to put on your hard hat, get your time card, and punch into work. But Desire seems to show a willingness to do that, and they're going to throw the Booyah Bomb on the bridge. It's actually going to miss the mark by quite a bit. The clam holder is able to pull it back. Nolan eventually able to follow up. But have to say, if this is Desire's game plan, then it seems to be working out, because death by 1,000 cuts is still a death day.
Oh yeah, it still is. And we saw the push that Priority was trying to start just got shut down as they took down the clam, and then Desire coming in again, getting a little bit more extended on their lead, but just all shut down together there.
Yeah, 67 points for Desire, and again, just extending that lead, almost lulling you to sleep. It doesn't seem like it's super consequential, but the penalties that they have accrued haven't really been all that significant. They've been wiped out with simply one power clam, and yeah, maybe you're not getting an obscene amount of points, but you're more than making up for the difference in the potential penalties with just how well you've been playing thus far. And Nolan right now pursuing the power clam carrier. This is going to be the ball point, pursuing them and eventually winning that battle. This could be the opening that Priority needs if they're able to take down SpaceX, who finds himself in a 2v1, and all of a sudden Priority could very well be on the up and up here. Just as I say that, 4-1 on the map, no one home, and that could very well be all she wrote for Clam Blitz on the hotel, as that clam is going to actually just it's going to remain in play. There is another power clam available. This is going to be sketchy, though, to say the very least.
This is going to be very interesting. They've got two members on the side looking to go in. A Gorilla just coming in and closing this off.
Yeah.
Just no way for that clam to go in, as there was... it looked like he wanted to go for the power clam, but instead turned to the two that were closer to getting a route in for the power clam and just took them out instead and pressured them.
Yeah, there was not a whole lot that they could do at that moment. As soon as you saw the numbers just pop up, and that ball point coming through when in flying colors. 15 splats overall for them. That wound up leading the map, but ultimately to no avail. They were not able to really mount anything resembling an efficient offense. And again, that was Desire just kind of forcing their will on this match. They made sure that they were able to kind of keep those continued pushes in, just sort of, if they were not going to break, then they were going to make priority bend at the very least. And even though they never truly snapped, it was just enough pushes to get them to W. And Desire, that could just be the shot in the arm that they needed to continue the momentum that we've seen them carry throughout the losers bracket.
It looks like that seems to be something Desire has been consistently doing. They'll do those little pushes and it ends up working for them in the end. And usually they'll have that opportunity where they will have the man advantage and then finally get that bigger push that they want for a bigger lead. So they just chip away until they have their moment to shine.
I mean, that's kind of the thing. You want to be pillars, but that's what they're seeing. They're seeing 4 stalks ahead of them, and hey, stalks can bend. So that's something that Desire certainly will be looking to do and continue on as we go to Splatzone's Inkblot Art Academy. And maybe that's my sort of petty revenge for them being named all the same thing, so I can't tell who is who. But also at the same time, if you're Desire, that's sort of how you're pushing this. You have been using brute force this entire time, and certainly you're meaning to go on as you have started out. Certainly in splat zones, as you're going to be looking to lock out your opposition as efficiently as possible, considering the routes that can be taken. But I mean, if you are priority, you're looking to counterplay here, and you're kind of seeing it right now. Stalk and et al. You're seeing double jet right here, and that's kind of what you're expecting in general when you go to a map like Inkblot.
Yeah, the jets when they come out, they apply a lot of pressure to the plots, as it gives you a little bit of a higher up vantage point to put people together or spread them out, so then your teammates can capitalize on whether they're together or apart. Just get able to throw bombs, shots, can do that. Let the triple!
Oh my god.
Yeah, get the triple there.
That's 3 stalks down, and try to find a table that can stand on just one leg. Of course, Desire is going to get that point, and they're going to count down as well. A decent opening push for priority, nothing to be ashamed of for certain, as they are going to have, I believe that is 36 points accumulated. And they do contest the point, but not before Desire is able to put it back and garner the lead for themselves. I don't think that was ever going to hold up Debbie, but at the same time, if you're priority, you can't really be discouraged here. You don't have time to be discouraged, and certainly that nozzle nose is not going to take time to wipe tears away. They are too busy keeping their opponents in their sights instead of tears.
That's correct, as they got their special and popping it out to apply pressure to see if the rest of priority can follow up to take that zone, but it looks like the plan has ultimately failed as 3 members go down and Desire is still holding control here.
Yeah, priority is being locked out, and even though they are contesting the zone, never quite enough. Good utilization of the entire map. They're just kind of hanging out and trying to get in, but Desire, seeing the play, is like, no, I see you trying to come through the back door. Guess what? We have a security system. Its name is Nolan, and getting the shots in, threatening with that with that K-Pro, certainly the bombs as well, and Desire will go up 2-0 in this best of 7. Gorilla leading the field with 8 splats, and certainly the 3 ink armors proving to be useful in holding the zone as well. But man, can we talk a little bit about this 96 gal and just how effective they have been? Certainly with the ink armors, but the sheer kill power that Gorilla is able to come in, certainly living up to the name, because it is an absolute force of nature in the hands of Gorilla.
It really is. It's being put to work in every situation, getting picks, painting. It is doing everything it needs to do.
More or less. I mean, what is it about Gorilla that you've seen that has been the most impressive? Certainly the willingness to go in and get the kills is something that's important, especially for a weapon like this. But it can't be all that you're doing. You have to have the ability to do it as well.
Yeah, Gorilla looks like that they really know how to utilize the weapon and the RNG on it as well, and is able to follow up where needed. So, like where the most contesting thing is, they'll move over to that area and fire their shots where needed to help their teammates out, and that is where the big picks are coming in.
It is it, isn't it? You're not just trying to go in with the 1v1s and leaving it into the hands of RNGesus. You're kind of just letting that one shot come in and letting your opponents, finishing off what maybe your teammates aren't having necessarily trouble getting, but you're getting them halfway and then you get the rest. They're kind of poacher's goals, more or less, but Desire is they're more than happy to give them to Gorilla. This is the result, being up 2-0 on a very impressive team in priority, as we're going to Rainmaker and Sturgeon Shipyard. See, you know what? If you say Rainmaker and Sturgeon Shipyard enough times, it'll come out eventually. So I will take that, and certainly this K-Shot is going to take that double, as the push is going to continue on. Priority again, getting that initial push, but again, Desire stifling it rather effectively.
Desire just seems to be in those places where they'll find a way to get behind. They'll be patient about it and then attack just before the push is about to start, so it just ends immediately.
And it was an Octo shot. I do stand corrected. Either way, it's going to be Desire. Madfish getting on that snipe and trying to stop any push through on their left side. They're going to have a jump coming to them, so a little bit of support. And Priority simply not able to get there, pursued by the Stingray, and Madfish not taking any prisoners, simply taking heads, and they are going to continue this push forward, as Gorilla is going to be the one tasked with carrying the Golden Bazooka. Stingray is going to make a victim of them as well, and they are going to have numbers for just a temporary amount of time, but not finding picks anywhere else. Debbie, I mean, that's troublesome.
That is really troublesome. They were really close on getting a pick before. It looks like they did just find one on the splatter shot, but Desire ended up taking 2 out on Priority there in return.
Yeah, not doing too poorly in that respect at all. We saw Nolan working a little bit of their magic in midfield and certainly contributing to some of the bodies that are being put back into spawn as the Rainmaker finds itself under the bridge. There is going to be no toll having to be paid, however, here, as it is Desire that controls the roads, and certainly the Rainmaker right now. They have the rights of passage, and Nolan trying to pave the way even further. 2v1 on the elevated area. However, shooting down from above, their teammate is going to be the one getting the kill. Nolan rewards with a kill on the lower ground. And just like that, 79 points on the board for Desire. They're going to get another pick. Nolan is not stopping and trying to push forward. They're still alive here. And you're seeing the Rainmaker just yellow ink surrounding it. They're looking to get it to reset, but Desire still staying aggressive. Shows a lot about them, perhaps knowing that it's going to be reset as the bridge was drawn up, but still not letting Priority get anywhere close to it, playing mind games if nothing else, and they still have 3 specials ready to go.
Looks like they're coming. 2 of them have come out there. They put the toxic missiles in place, but ooh, the box gets painted there, stalling the path of getting over. This could be troublesome, as Gorilla's now one of the biggest obstacle in this Rainmaker's path now, but now getting pressured back, as we see. Does have armor at the ready, does get popped, as they are trying to make sure this Rainmaker doesn't get over this jump.
Oh, gets 2 splats on the bridge, however, that could be Priority's opening. You better believe they're communicating that, as the Rainmaker carrier gets splatted by Madfish. Beautiful shot there, 4-2 on the map in favor of Desire, and just like that, the turntables. Madfish is going to get splatted by the Stingray, however, and Nolan is going to be hunted down yet again. They're still in possession of the Rainmaker, but only for so long. They are not able to push forward, just trying to get good position for their next push, it seems. Nolan gets a double, and 4-2 on the map. They could have just served that Rainmaker to them on a silver platter. Nolan gets another one, because why not? He's Nolan. And now you're going to see perhaps a push forward even further, as Madfish is doing a good job themselves, but is the midfield being commanded by Nolan. Gets 2 splats before being taken down, And, oh, the revenge by the Splat Bomb. Priority simply being locked out with a minute remaining.
Someone lit Nolan on fire there, because he was controlling left and right, and like even just took 2v1s like it was nothing.
Yeah, and the consistency, the fearlessness really is all that you need sometimes. Certainly a good amount of technical skill as well, and the ability to shot call, which you are getting from that T-Tech, and you're seeing quite a bit of veteran presence from Desire as well. SpaceX is going to take them down, utilizing that T-Tech incredibly well, and certainly the Inkjet picks that we've seen from them have been nothing short of impressive. 2-2 on the map with Gorilla just respawning back in, and it looks like they're just going to control the midfield. And Nolan, perhaps a celebratory Booyah Bomb, some might call it preventative, others might call it something different, is able to get a splat, and no barrier breakage means that Desire is going to go up yet again. And this is impressive stuff that we're seeing from Desire. Priority looking for answers and not finding anything. And right now, they are down by a score of 3-. Look at that kill count from Nolan. Are you kidding me?
Nolan was going absolutely insane that game. Everywhere we looked, he would take more like doubles, triples, and just continue to go pick by pick.
And the connection to the host seems to have been lost, so please excuse us as we are going to get ready for this game number 4. It will, in fact, be tower control at the Reef. Priority maybe needing a little bit of space, but tower control, I mean, Desire looking to continue on as they started out this set. It has been nothing short of impressive what we have seen from this side. And Nolan, yeah, you know what? 18 splats, nothing to shake a stick at, and able to get these 1v1 kills. Did not seem like anything was escaping their sights. Their ability to aim that Splattershot Pro, certainly making their shots count. It is triple MPU. You only really need 2 shots if you're in Enemy Inc. So you're not doing too poorly for yourself in that regard. But also, should be noted, SpaceX, with 10 splats themselves, certainly a little bit of aerial aid with that Inkjet helping out with that aerial push that allowed the push through the left side to happen to begin with.
Yeah, every member on Desire is like showing their capabilities here. We've seen moments from Madfish, Gorilla, Nolan, Space. Every one of them we've seen today, they have made some amazing plays to shut down pushes, move forward, take the lead. They've all been proven by now at what capable players they are.
Yeah, so now we're going to continue on yet again. Tower control at the Reef. We've seen this map and mode before. We've seen just how well Desire can play this map and mode. How are Priority... Let's say that you're on Priority. You're their coach. What is it that you're telling them to counteract the momentum that Desire has accrued thus far?
For starters, it's not actually tower control the Reef. It's actually zones humpback.
All right, so zones on. Okay, so we do have an error here with the. Okay, please excuse me. But if I had known that was the case, then I probably would have said something different. Well, either way, if you are okay, so it's zones on humpback pump track. You have a little bit of a difference with elevation. You have to have certainly some cunning in order to deal with getting locked out in the first place. And if you're Desire, you have no problem just charging into the zone guns blazing because you feel like you have the technical skill to deal with 1v1s however you see fit. So if you are Priority, certainly you have very good players like Jay and Jared to work with. What is it? How are you utilizing them to most effectively retake the zone if push comes to shove?
They really got to make sure that they're with one another. They've got something to work with, and in here, you really want specials here. Like the zone is mainly controlled by specials a lot of the times here, or bombs if a team comp is more like bomb balanced, I should say. But you find the biggest thing here is is using all of like what you have available to you to move in.
Shouts to Keo for the raid, by the way. What's going on, people? But yeah, Desire by a score of 3-0 right now, looking to close this out and go to a reset. That is going to be priority, taking map number 1 and taking the first check.
Oh, no. It looks like that there was a error, and it's just going to get KO'd here.
Okay. So wait, what? So was it the what was the error?
It is a map error. This isn't the map that it's supposed to be.
Gotcha. So if it is in fact supposed to be tower control at the reef, I'm just saying.
You had it right all along.
Yeah, so they're just going to let this count down. We do apologize for the error, but either way, I mean, maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Maybe this is priority letting themselves kind of cool down. This is their woosah moment, you know what I mean? Like, they get to meditate just a little bit, see themselves on the victory screen. Maybe it helps visualize their victory as SpaceX concusses themselves on the piping of Humpback Pump Track. That's maybe this helps. Who knows? Oh, excuse me. Yeah. So yeah, that is in fact priority on the victory screen. But again, this is something that is not going to count. We are going to another map. There was an error. We do apologize for it, but we are going to let me just see here. Okay, tower control. And oh my gosh.
It is Tower Reef, so.
Okay. And that is why I am paid the big bucks. So tower control at the reef. We're going to continue on here. And again, priority needing to get momentum any way they possibly can. It's going to be rough, but again, this is where champions are forged.
Anything can happen here. We saw Desire here coming out with a more of a patience push. The opposing team had pushed in with what they had, and we saw Desire just come in and become a wall, blocking out all of the entryways back to get to the objective. And we might see that here again. And they might take victory here.
Well, you see the Clash Blaster coming out. Bad intentions in mind. I have nightmares about the Clash Blaster, but it is the Clash Blaster Neo. So you're going to see the missiles, not the standard Stingray thing where you're just kind of pointing and aiming and then shooting the Stingray at will. So I guess I can take solace in that at the very least, but I'm not sure how much solace Desire is taking, especially considering that immediately you get these shots coming in. Immediately that K-52 with the double is going to provide a splash wall as well to try to prevent a push in from that particular angle. Going to take cover behind that car and gets Madfish with the splat. Gets pursued early on, trying to cut off the angle and win another 1v1. Eventually that K-52 is going to go down, but the Clash Blaster right in the face of the opposition. Gorilla is going to get an assist on that, I believe, and is going to go right back onto the tower, pushing forward, trying to get to that third checkpoint, and indeed does so successfully. Whether or not they pass it is a matter of time. They do get to 81 points, and they do in fact pass it. 83-0 right now. If you're a priority, that's the shot in the arm you needed.
That was a wake-up call. It's like something hit them, and they exploded that first push. The 52 just went off and got every pick they needed pushed up, and then the teammates came in and followed and allowed the objective to push as far as they did. And getting all the checkpoints, that is another huge thing to get on a push like that.
But a little bit of a delay here. You do see the Stingray coming out, and that is going to assist them. But you saw that T-Tech had an Inkjet ready to go, and they were not able to utilize it, getting picked before the Inkjet was able to be fully utilized. And now is Nolan going to try to get a pick from lower ground. Is easier said than done with the K Pro. Ask me how I know. Still, if anyone can do it, it's probably Nolan. So just goes to show what I know. Booyah Bomb is online for this K-52 as they are going to try to find themselves dealing in a back alley somewhere, and that is awfully suspicious, but certainly effective if you're
This 52 just seeing everything here. 2 coming to close. It was a great place to put that booyah, but now is in face 1v1 with Gorilla. Does manage to push Gorilla back as Desire, they looked like that they were in a corner.
It takes a lot to scare off a Gorilla, and that is exactly the sort of threat that they needed in order to be pushed away. As again, this K52 is going to take this alley. Its priority is going to try to continue this push and carry it forward, and they do in fact add points on the board. 4-1 on the map. They're going to look for this KO, trying to get onto the tower. It is easier said than done. It's an awkward angle, but they're counting it down. They could very well get the KO right here, just at the very last minute. They are wiped, and Desire is able to take the tower. They're not through just yet, but priority 99 to 61 on the board.
Desire not letting a game escape from them yet, as they managed to cap that at 1 there. But we need to see if they are able to hold together as a team. But priority is catching on to how aggro and how Desire is playing now, because it looks like that they are shutting Desire down from every corner that they're coming in from.
I mean, it's finally priority sort of waking up and realizing the implications here. Madfish is able to get the K52, from behind the splash wall. It had just enough ink around them to be able to afford the flank, and that is kind of the problem with the splash wall. It is effective in those corridors, but elsewhere, it almost lulls you into a false sense of security, and you find yourself making plays that perhaps you wouldn't otherwise.
It's true, and we see the Desire locked up in the top corner there, as priority is once again trying to look for to lock them into place, as the tower is just moving back in. If Desire can't stop this, the game could be over.
3-2 on the map. The Junior went down, and the Clash Blaster went down right after it. It's only the K52 and the Nozzle Nose that's left out there. None of them have their special, but just as I say that, they have 2 specials online for Desire, going to try to close this thing out. And you better believe that Madfish is going to be saving the Stingray for a special occasion, perhaps 30 seconds from now. And they're not going to contest the splash wall, so they're not going to go around that way. They're just going to sit there and be fully content. However, they're going to need to get back onto this tower eventually. And the K52 is going to hunt down. It's still 4-4 on the map. Gorilla is in fact disposed. And this could be all but over, as SpaceX having a hard time getting through. 4-2 on the map, and that is in fact going to be it. Priority find themselves coming right back into this one and winning by a score of 99 to 61. You're going to look at that kill feed, and it's not going to tell the entire story, but I will say the K52 proving to be instrumental, not even leading the team in splats, everyone in the double digits. That is an overall team performance.
That definitely looked like an overall team performance. They had the opening by the 52, but everyone was always there to back each other up, following up and getting those picks, and they just put Desire into that corner, and they had a really hard time getting back, but Desire managed to at least stop it at 1 from where they were, and that was as much as they could do, but just couldn't find the way back, as it looked like 2 kept going down when they tried to make an attempt for a push.
Yeah, just a little too much to be overcome there. And now, if you are, if you're Desire, you kind of just have to look past that and go forward into Clan Blitz. You know the sort of adversity that they have faced in this mode just prior. Certainly the formidable pushes of Solar are going to be a little bit of a reminder that you need to be on your A game. Perhaps it's just best to go for the knockout here, difficult as that may be, in a mode like Clan Blitz, which is awful linear and certainly a little bit of an obtuse map with which you're having to deal with. It's going to be the K-Shot that will be SpaceX's choice here. And I do kind of like it. You do want the missiles, providing yourself a little bit of utility, and certainly as the objective becomes a little bit more concentrated, the missiles are going to become, come with that much more utility. But the power clam is going to be attained. 12 clams to 7 right now for priority. But you do have to get them in the basket, and right now that 96 gal is just spawning in. You don't have the numbers forward. Now you got to get that momentum back all over again, and priority, you're going to have to work quite a bit here if you want things to happen, especially as the zone becomes more and more concentrated.
And as quick as the 96 came back in, it went out again. And it looks like Priority is still holding their control. And even though their call went down, they still have the members there to apply pressure. But it looks like there's only 2 left as one comes in from behind, and it is Nolan.
I mean, who else would it be? They are looking worthy of the name Stalk, but they're just hunting them down, man. He just does not like the name Stalk. I'm just convinced. I don't think that's the entire story, but in my mind, it's part of it. So Desire pushing in, trying to anyway. You see a deluge of purple ink coming through, and SpaceX going to contest. That power clam is going to be disposed of, and numbers on the map. The Stingray is going to come through clutch, and they are able to take the lead, piling in just a few more clams, and that pity clam is going to come in handy as Desire finds themselves with a 35-20 lead in the opening minutes of this contest. As we're approaching the halfway point, this is the Splattershot Jr. trying to clear out as much of the area as possible, trying to prevent another push, as they do have a power clam on the map already to Desire. And Madfish, with that Bamboozler, does quite well on flat ground and just daring Priority to try to break through.
Priority does have 2 specials on lock, even though a member of them does go down. The Ray is coming out, and so does the Inkjet, but it is 2-2 on this map right now.
Yeah, not doing too poorly, and Stalk on the Jet Squelcher as opposed to Stalk on the Nozzle Nose K-Shot or the Junior. So, hopefully that clarified things for you people. You're very welcome. Madfish on the Bamboozler, a little bit more straightforward in that instance, going to try to support Gorilla as much as possible. Nolan only just spawning back in. They did not have the numbers advantage with which to push. They do have a power clam ready and waiting. That pity clam just sitting right by the basket. And this is an Inkjet taking to the skies now. And again, you're seeing a lot of movement here, a lot of just trying to gambit in this spacious midfield. Very vertical, a lot of space to deal with horizontally. And I mean, when you're talking about, it's like playing a game of football, except the field is 250 yards long. And it's a lot of space to cover, but eventually when you break through, it makes those points that you get all the more valuable.
It really does, because it looks like both teams here are both struggling to try to get their clam onto the other side of the field. Because as one goes, both teams end up going 2 for 2. Just trying to find that opening, see if they can actually get that man advantage. But it's been pretty even in the past little bit of time here.
And that's the tricky part of it, isn't it? Because you're looking at this map and knowing that, oh wait, this is the breakthrough that they were looking for, and there it is. Another clam coming through, and that's 40. Make that 65 points on the board thus far for Priority, and they are not done. The Inkjet is going to make its exit, and now 83 points on the board. They might not be done yet. They're getting those individual picks that they were missing before. Priority is not giving up on this set. The Jet Squelcher gets the splat up close. Finally, with 3-1 on the map, they are able to stop the push, but 89-35 is the score as it stands with 15 seconds to go. 30 seconds to go, excuse me. SpaceX finally gets that splat. They're going to pop an armor and try to get a quick push in, but yeah, I was about to say, you're not quite comfortable with the score as it stands. You want to get in, but you're also having to reconcile the fact that it is so hard to get that push going. But when you do, and you get the numbers on your side, my oh my, does it work. And looking for the GG Ray, I don't think it fell off in the map. They do have power clams available, and one is indeed being held onto, but they're being locked out pretty effectively. 3-2 on the map, 3-1 as it stands, and Priority look to hang on, and indeed they do. They hold the line, and that final minute breakthrough proves to be the difference. Priority going to 2-3, and if you're a fan of Desire, I'd start sweating.
Yeah, Desire is probably feeling it now as Priority is coming back with a lot of pressure of their own. That Ray there as well, adding a lot of pressure to those clams of trying to get in was really another key thing that helped stop those pushes. And but both teams kept it neutral for a lot of that game until Priority was able to find that moment where they were able to have the numbers advantage and break that basket to get down, to get as many points as they did.
It was so crucial, that final push, and able to finally win those 1v1s. That was sort of the difference that we were looking for with Priority. They were not really able to contest SpaceX and Gorilla and Nolan with those big kills. Certainly the support that they've been provided by Madfish has been important as well, and the key splats that they have gotten instrumental to the pushes that they were able to accrue, as they were able to keep the distance and also play a measure of defense. But they were never quite winning those 1v1s as effectively as we saw them doing it in winner's bracket thus far. But now, as we're seeing a 3-2 set lead, yes, you are one game away, but all the momentum right now is on the side of the winner's bracket champions. And now you're thinking, you're not just a game away from a reset, but they're 2 games away from ending this whole tournament with a victory. If you're Desire, how do you stop the hemorrhaging?
You really just gotta take a deep breath and just calm yourself. Really, you just gotta not let anything take over your mind and just think of it as another day. Like, you gotta remember to keep. You definitely want to remember to keep the fun factor in, but still stay focused in the game you're about to play.
So you're thinking just don't tense up and try to take too much of this.
You wanna stay loose and not panic, because in a moment like this, your mind will start to run with the I need to do this, I need to do that, I need to do this, and just like, but what are you already doing that's proving that's working? Focus on that more.
And it makes you wonder, because it looks like they're deliberating just a little bit our Desire, and maybe you're wondering if you are Desire, that squid bag at the very end of the game, perhaps fresh in your mind, you're kind of wondering, are you going to take that as a challenge, or is that Priority knowing that they are now in the heads of Desire and they are going to try to embed themselves as deep in it as possible, maybe tilt their opposition just a little bit here? If that was the sort of hint that the set is slipping away, Priority is going to try to plant that seed of doubt and watch it blossom. So we'll have to see how they do on Splat Zones and Skipper Pavilion. But again, winning those 1v1s. Everywhere you go on the map, you have multiple methods of ingress, and really the only way you exit is by getting splatted around that center area. So you kind of have to figure out what you're doing in terms of getting these individual splats. And certainly the answer for SpaceX seems to be that carbon roller that we've seen them employ so effectively in the past rounds.
Yeah, that carbon is actually really good, again, to shark under those ledges, and we've seen SpaceX prove that in the Skipper Clams game from before, but we'll have to see if it works just as well on zones as it did in Clams. But it looks like that Desire already went 3 down.
Yeah, wow, that is a quick way to do it. Priority, not wasting any time. And certainly if you're Desire, you're kind of having to slap yourself and wake yourself up. And there's a little bit of range, a lot of mobility for Priority. And if you're Gorilla, perhaps you might be thinking of changing up something. The Inkjet is going to come right back down, but Gorilla is being made to focus on zone, staying around. But it's the Dualies that have the Inkjet, and they're able to kind of just skirt on away from it. Beautiful little slide at the end. Excuse me, not the Dualies. They were just able to drop roll out of there. Beautiful use of the mobility, but yeah, Priority locking them out. They are able to garner just a little bit of control. I don't know if they have numbers trying to get control. Booyah bomb yet again. and they do effectively. Nolan just not able to get their way in. They finally have an area in. They get a double as a reward. Nolan, you got to just charge in fearlessly and perhaps starting to get the groove back.
They had the bomb rush, they had the power there to get that cap finally. It took a little bit, but they managed to get it, and it looks like that they're still holding. But as we say that, 2 go down in the middle there, and Priority is about to recap this, which they do now.
Yeah, and that inkjet going to prove so useful. Priority going to take to the skies yet again, and that's going to meet their mark. Oh, man, just an absolute massacre up above and trying to get a numbers advantage. They finally do have one, 3-2, but the Booyah Bomb is looking to cut them off. Gorilla finding that sweet spot, and they're going to be provided just a little bit of support with those suction bombs. They're able to take back the zone. It is 85-34 as it stands at the moment. Madfish is going to go down, but again, just carnage trading off, and it's going down below as we're seeing the action descend from top to bottom. No matter where you go, you are seeing squid bodies flying everywhere, Debbie.
There's no dull moment in this game whatsoever. There's always someone somewhere trying to contest their way in.
Yeah, and you saw that wayward shot, just finding the spot. Gorilla being blessed by RNGesus yet again. That's what happens when you use your rosaries for a 20-sided die. That's what happens. And now that's going to be a double accrued by the K-Pro. Make that a triple. 1 splat ain't enough, Jack. You better make it 3. And they are eventually going to go down to that Booyah Bomb. Desire looking to close this thing out, and they retake the zone. No one there to contest it. Desire hanging on, getting the reset. It's a whole new ball game.
Holy smokes there. Gorilla did a bunch of work up by the Shrine Dojo area there. Just picking people off one by one, winning his fights that he had. Definitely did a lot of work up there, allowing that timer to tick down to reclaim lead, and Nolan was there to back up when Gorilla went down.
Yeah, and that makes you wonder that difference that they were able to give themselves, that little bit of separation at the beginning, paying off. And it took a lot of mental fortitude to come back into that one, especially with Priority providing that initial push that they needed. You were kind of wondering if no one was able to get themselves back into this, what kind of a difference they would be able to make. And you saw that double to get themselves right back in on that initial push. Then, of course, Gorilla providing those shots at the very end, especially in the middle of the map. That was enough to get them the knockout blow. And yeah, that takes a lot of maturity, I would think, if you're Desire. Leveling up that mental fortitude, it carries you a long way. Of course, you need technical skill, but you also need the brains and the willpower in order to employ it. And just like that, they have reset the bracket. Priority back to square one, knowing that they can beat Desire, of course. But now you got to do it in 4 games. And you have to do it authoritatively as well, Debbie.
They can't let up here. We've seen them from the Tower Reef match that they can put up to everything that Desire is throwing at them. They just have to stay consistent with it. And in this case, Desire probably feeling proud that they're in the reset now, but they can't let it get to their heads. They need to stay on track and keep doing what they're doing here to possibly take this victory against Priority.
It kind of begs a question as we are going to zones on Humpback Punk Track. I am curious what you think about the variants that we have seen from Desire. They've been willing to experiment quite a bit. SpaceX going with what seems like a different frontline weapon each and every time. Madfish has been experimenting with the backline weapons, usually some form of charger, but even that's not a guarantee. Really, that's the most variants that we have seen from either side, apart from maybe the backliner on Priority switching off from charger to bamboozler or whatever the case may be. I mean, is the willingness of Desire to go to different weapons occasionally going to be the difference? I mean, because Priority doesn't seem all that willing to try to adjust. They're just kind of confident in the game plan that they have. And that's admirable. I just kind of wonder if that could be an Achilles heel, especially as Desire takes the first point.
It looks like that the weapons that come out are more consistent with the map mode. I believe that these are things that they probably have practiced and have known at what worked well. So like even though they're different weapons, we have seen them come out more than once, and they do seem to know how to work around it. As it's a comp that's still together, as the 96 and the Pro are still two foundations of it.
And as Desire is going to try to cut into the penalty, Priority was able to take the zone for just a little bit. Excuse me there. SpaceX is going to pop an Ink Armor for their team, trying to keep their team alive just a little bit. But again, you see Priority backing off just a little bit, trying to keep their distance, but not far enough, evidently, as it is 4-1 on the map. Desire is more than happy with those results, and they are down past the halfway mark. Gorilla gonna try to take more prisoners, but instead gets the moves just a little too far ahead, and the Knight gets captured. SpaceX going to try to move forward diagonally on the board as if a bishop, and is indeed going to take to the air and get them off of their horse. SpaceX finds themselves getting zapped in the back by the K-shot, but nevertheless, good showing here by Priority. They have 82 points on the board, and they are, I think, more than comfortable with their position right now, Debbie. I think it's safe to say.
Although they're coming, nice, that is a nice pick there as we're having a peekaboo game, and that pillow there, but coming out with the victory on these 1v1s, but almost looks stuck, but does manage to come unscathed. And then we had a brief little charger fight, but wow, that K-shot managing to stay alive in that was very good movement and play by them.
Yeah, I mean, first the kill, and then staying alive long enough to score themselves the assist may well have been the difference there, and Priority is able to retake a zone as a result. The diversion that was created proving to last just long enough for Priority to focus on the zone, and beautiful stuff there from the front line. That's going to be a trade in midfield as Priority is trying to count down that penalty and certainly looking to add on to the 36 points that they have accrued thus far. Certainly not going to be enough. They're going to need to hang on to this for a while, but you're seeing this sort of consistent push forward, 4 separate points, and if they bunch up, they could find themselves in big trouble here, Priority.
We saw that armor did come out on the side of Desire. It looked like that they wanted to try to push in, but their charger did get picked off. And the Booyah Bomb comes in, but it's just not enough to take the zone as 2 members go down. And Priority still holding it, and there's the squid tag.
You gotta love it. Talk to him, kid. Talk to him. The junior going to, I would imagine you're going to see an Ink Armor just to seal things out. Never mind. They're not going to need it. Priority with almost a full team wipe. It felt like a delayed wipe, honestly. I wasn't paying too much attention to the kill feed. What I did notice, however, was Priority starting things out with a KO on splat zones. And that is reaffirmation that the game plan does in fact work. It's just a matter of execution. That K-shot that was so crucial in buying themselves a little bit of time, they are rewarded with double-digit KAs leading the field with 10.
Wonderful plays by both teams there. But yes, Priority able to just come back up there. They created that diversion, and it looked like that it just threw Desire off a little bit, because then they had a really hard time coming back in from Priority's lockout. And they did try with their specials, but it just wasn't enough to paint.
So it seems, and that is going to be a tough way to lose that if you are, in fact, a fan of Desire. But at the same time, you're not necessarily hurting. You know what I mean? So if you're Desire, you felt like you were in it apparently the whole way until, of course, Priority was able to get those kills when it mattered the most. So again, when you're relying so much on 1v1 aptitude, that's a lot of time for Priority to be able to adapt. So you did get the reset, and mazel tov to you, but you gave them just a little bit too much leeway, I feel like, and now you're in for a dogfight, especially on Rainmaker at Manta Maria.
And we're seeing that happen. Like there's no slacking from either team. They are taking whatever they can get, and as soon as one team gets that advantage, you're gonna have a hard time breaking out of that lockout.
Yeah, I mean, the lucky thing is that you do kind of get a chance to retake a zone and maybe let the objective reset. But even then, you got to be aggressive in how you push forward. Luckily for Desire, that seems to be right up their alley. They are going to have the Charger moving along with them. That's going to be, that could very well be the difference, is that Charger and that Jet Squelcher and how effective they are in getting those individual picks and just generally being able to support their team. So expect to see a lot of rolled splat bombs from off of a cliff, I would imagine, from Madfish. The Stalk gets an Inkjet already. Is going to look for a pick so that they're not able to go off of that ramp and get that cheeky little jump in. You saw 3 different sprays of ink just kind of come out from Priority at one time, just trying to send the message, no, this is not something with which you get away. And yeah, a quick little 16-point push. Not the best from Desire, but they're still keeping the initiative, and you kind of have to like that.
Yeah, Desire came in with Priority came in there with 3 specials there, but it ended up backfiring, which ended up with them in 3 down. But the one that was still alive stopped that Rainmaker with that little push, and it looks like Desire's having a hard time trying to get around this corner. As once again they're now 3 down. Nice pick by the Inkjet there.
Yeah, looking for a delayed wipe, just trying to find the last one. A little bit of a gambit on that ramp, but they're trying to push forward. They may very well get the lead, and indeed they do. They were able to get through on that little gap, and Desire not able to effectively lock it down, and they are punished with the loss of the lead, 58 to, I believe that's 27 on the board, 37, pardon me. Good shot there by the Octoshot to get the carrier, but again, they're concentrating a lot on picks. They're kind of the only person up there right now. They're being made to contest a lot, and to their credit, fighting valiantly against Gorilla and just begging for someone to get up there, and before they are splatted. And that's going to be Desire getting what they needed at the very least, but I mean, you gotta concentrate on inking. Just get as much space to move around as you possibly can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Priority held a lot of control up there and just didn't have. What a nice pick. He said you thought you slick, huh?
You thought you were slick.
I see you.
Yeah, I got you, man. I got you.
But still maintaining control of the bunker. When you have someone maintaining control of the bunker, it's you really want the team to follow up on that, because then you can take street from there.
And look at that. That stalling Stingray winds up being the difference. The push is stopped at 65 as Madfish could prove to be the MVP if that is where it holds and Desire is able to take the lead. However, that means that they're going to have to take the lead, and it's going to be a Stingray from the back line of Priority now, as they're trying to get this knockout. They're not going to be able to get it. A splat bomb by Madfish winds up being the stop, but that is a wipe, and they are going to get this knockout, it seems. And there you go, Priority. They are hitting on all cylinders right now, 2-0 after a KO. All aboard the Manta Maria. Priority looks to sail into the sunset with a tournament victory, and they are but 2 wins away.
I didn't even see how or when they took that. It just shifted, and all of a sudden they're going up the pedestal with the ray, and it's just like, wow! They just snuck right in there.
I mean, yeah, it was. It just came down to those last few kills, and as soon as I saw the wipe, I saw, okay, there was a trade, but then you look up and your entire team is dead. And while I do feel like that encapsulates my entire solo queue experience, that's what Desire saw just now, and that is a rough sight.
That is a very rough thing. Yeah, the fact that they got wiped at that position was, you could just imagine what they're thinking right now. It's just this is where they really gotta. They're probably like a lot of people would be very stressed out about that.
Yeah, the thought process can't be the most positive thing in the world, right? And I can only imagine there are some choice words being uttered in the VC as well. But either way, that's not something upon which we will speculate in great detail because I enjoy this job. We are instead going to talk about tower control and anchovy games. Again, you're talking about you become a shooting gallery as soon as you get up towards onto the plat, and the entire team gets to go up onto office and treat you like you're a duck, kind of just going back and forth. Because even if you are able to get behind the pillar, you're going to have to deal with a frontliner that's going to rush you down, try to throw bombs in your way, and shoot you no matter what. So this is going to be such a tight-knit, coordinated effort that if Desire are not able to get their foothold here, I really don't know where they're going to be able to get it back.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a rough one because it goes from a wide open area to a very narrow path, and if they lose the wide open, the narrow path is going to be even harder to get through.
And now here we go, taking a quick look at the compositions. Nothing too big changing, although you are seeing again the combating K pros. And yeah, if you're trying to fight against Nolan, you have to be pretty darn confident. Luckily, Priority definitely has the firepower and the finesse to be able to do it. Badfish now, they're probably going to be tasked with riding the tower. However, that Stingray is going to come out, is going to tag Gorilla. They're going to be the first to fall in this game 3. And that's a tough position to be in. Now it is 3-2 on the map. Make that 2-2. That Jet Squelcher is going to do just fine for themselves. And that Squid Bag, that's what I'm talking about. The gauntlet has been thrown. And the Jet Squelcher showing them what it's all about. You want some? Come get some, says Priority.
Oh, they are making their place known. They want to rile up the Desire as much as they can to make them just fall off their focus.
Fall off the tower, fall off the objective, whatever the case is, getting into their heads has certainly been the goal and their priority, if you will. I know someone's counting the puns. Either way, it's going to be the Jet Squelcher trying to take heads yet again, but they're not going to have the numbers to do it. The Jet Squelcher will be forced to retreat, and not in time. That's a delayed wipe. Nolan talking to him right back. This is becoming a very testy game here, Debbie.
Oh boy, this is going to be the biggest fight we're going to see yet with the reverse taunts coming back and forth. It's on now.
Oh, you already knew, though. I mean, Nolan has never been one to shy away. Their gameplay shows to be just as attitudinal as they are. And now the score, 48-42 in favor of Priority. However, Desire, all they need to do is get onto the tower. They do not have the numbers with which to support. Certainly as the T-Tech goes down, that Charger was just spawning back in, so no numbers to continue their ambitions. Madfish is going to try to take out the numbers on the tower, and indeed they do. No Squid Bag there. How tasteful. And they are going to get up onto the fans yet again, or trying to. Any way to contest the Inkjet, but falling victim to the Booyah Bomb. And again, that's the K-Pro. They're going to go down. Gorilla showing them what it's all about, and again, that 96 gal proving to be effective. They're going to need to pop this Ink Armor if they want to get the lead. I kind of wonder if that's early, Debbie.
They did come up with the Inkjet, but it almost does look a little bit, because now they don't really have a lot to work with through that checkpoint, and they do go 3 down.
Yeah, that's okay, but they do, in fact, get the lead. I mean, it's only by 4 ticks, but we have seen games decided by less this very night, to be completely fair. And the Jet Squelcher going to have a hard time getting the piston over to them, so perhaps hung up just a little bit. Quick shift in tack could be needed, as Priority is going to not find anyone up in the office just yet. Just a couple of trailers down in midfield as the Charger sets up. Madfish is going to try to take the head. and not find
taken
anything.
back.
Priority is going to take the lead. As the result, Madfish not able to find anything yet, and they're past the second checkpoint. This could be troublesome if they are not able to retake the tower. Madfish able to touch and get the tower moving back to the opposite way. But that is still a problem, certainly when Priority still maintaining the numbers advantage, Debbie.
They really are. They're showing no odds and ends. That junior there, when they took the lead, they showed what the ultimate tower dance looks like to get past that checkpoint, and Priority just still staying on top of it, keeping control. The map is very yellow right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is absolutely tough, and now SpaceX taking to the skies. Space is the place. Sky's the limit. Not going to find any marks, however. But still, the presence of the inkjet perhaps enough to scare people away. They're able to take the tower. Excuse me. You ever see a game so hyped that you just aren't able to pronounce anything anymore? SS Nolan not going to find their mark. They're going to overextend just a little bit, and the squid bag right back, trying to get this and put this thing away. 4-2 on the map, and it looks like that could well be it unless they're able to take the tower. They are not. 3-0. Wait, they're able to take it back. Madfish is still alive here. They have a chance. I stand fully corrected, chat. I don't know what to tell you. The Booyah Bomb is going to force them off, and they are able to get back Priority. Hangs on despite Desire's best efforts, and they are able to go up 3-0. Desire not going down without a fight, but my goodness, Priority are looking strong.
Oh my goodness, Madfish doing everything in their power to hold that tower at the end. It was very risky to go up there, but they had to do what they had to do, and a teammate followed up, and they tried, but that GG Booyah Bomb just came right out. It was just like, nope, this is our lead. We're winning this game.
That, it makes you wonder exactly what can be done by Desire, because it's almost like, for you anime fans out there, it's almost like some point in Haikyuu where you get that, Hinata finally getting the receive, and they finally perfected that quick, or doing something. Tsukishima finally got that block, but then the opponent just a little bit more experienced, a little bit more assertive. They come back and they get the point, trying to break their spirits, and it makes you wonder just how effectively Priority did so just there. And I apologize if you haven't seen the anime, but do so. So I gotta say, Clam Blitz, Mako Mart, looking to be tough territory for Priority, or for Desire, excuse me. What else do they need to do? Because it felt like they were so close. The desire to fight is still there, but Priority seems, excuse me for popping the mic, but Priority seems intent on breaking them.
I think that's been their ultimate plan with the starting of the Squid Bags. They want to break Desire, and right now they look like they're succeeding in it. Desire is they seem like they're coming out of the teamwork that they've been doing in the past, and just making it so they're now targeting the one that's right in front of them instead of looking around and figuring out what is the actual target you need to be focusing. So I think these taunts are actually kind of paying off on Priority side.
It does make you wonder what the true intent behind all of that was. Perhaps this is a plan coming to fruition, or perhaps it was just braggadocio that they're able to back up. Whatever the case may be, this could very well be the ultimate game of this tournament, as Priority are going to look to close this out in the form of a sweep. And remember, though, this was Desire that went up 3-0 at the beginning of the original Grand Finals, and now here we are in True Finals, or the reset, however you want to call it. SpaceX winning that 1v1. It's 2-2 on the map, trying to get any sort of advantage, trying to get any momentum that they possibly can, but they're going to go down to that K-shot. And now you're seeing the Jet Squelcher trying to set up and push the line forward, pursuing their opposition, but really it just comes down to how well you can push this line, especially on a map that's as versatile as Mako Mart. You see in the bag, I know you can't ignore him. Here comes the Stingray.
The priority there doing a good job in keeping patient, seeing how they haven't scored yet. They know that there's still 2 members on guard when they had there. They just need to make sure that they're in the right place at the right time. But it looks like, yeah, they broke the barrier. And they're already down at 54 there. Still going, but now they're wiped.
It took a whole wipe. And yeah, you can't even squid bag after that. They just scored 61 points on you, B. Sorry about that. Madfish going to try to prove to be as mobile as they possibly can. They have 9 clams on the map, trying to take the opponent's stack, but being forced to move off because they know priority. That's basically every team's objective, right? Is to take care of the opposition stack and make sure that the opponents can't get any control of midfield. They're able to get 2 power clams in, but whether or not they can get anything else is up to Providence, and they are able to get the lead. That extra power clamp, they were not able to get that pick in time, and just like that, maybe a little bit of a staggered push, but they are able to keep the basket open. 69 points. They have another power clam. Power clams ahoy, and looks like they will get the victory. Desire is not done yet.
Whew, that just came right back in Priority's face. Was just like, I'm not taking this. We're just gonna KO this and move on. Come on, what's next? Throw it at us.
Yeah, no, just simply refusing to quit on this one, and you see it right there. That was the K-shot leading the field in splats, but leading the opposition with 7 splats on Desire's side. And yeah, just like that, they have themselves an opening. They're not out of this. You're going back to splat zones, which, to be fair, Priority took pretty convincingly, if we remember correctly. But Black Belly Skate Park, you're talking about a dual zone thing. Maybe you're relying a little bit more on 1v1 prowess. And that feels like something that could be opened up. A door of opportunity, if you will, for Nolan and Gorilla to really shine.
We've seen them definitely do that in the past, where Desire would go split off into pairs, and they would just dominate in the areas that they were at. They had all the confidence. They took those fights like it was no problem, and just went in and said, we're just going to make our way through here. Don't mind us.
And you saw those mind games starting to get played at the very last game. That's where you saw the squid bags. That's where they were really talking to them, right? It took 4 games, but Desire finally picking up the gauntlet. You saw it at the end of Game 3. They were not ready to quit on tower control. They were trying their very best to get into it, but simply too much ground to make up in too little time and Priority getting that last push that wound up being the difference. Now Desire, all of a sudden, making a case on Clamblitz with a KO. And now with Black Belly Skate Park, I mean, it's a whole new game. You're relying a lot on individual skill, but I mean, what's the counterplay here if you are Priority?
I'm not. Oh, it looks like buckets.
Buckets. You know what? That is a good way to go, I suppose. And yeah, they're just gonna try to kill him with speed. Apparently, you got the ink brush coming out as well as the tri-sloshers. Not even the nouveau, the vanilla tri-sloshers.
These sloshers are gonna take control of all of these angles here and just pressure these shooters out. It's gonna be very annoying on the side of Desire to deal with these buckets.
Yeah, this actual turf war composition, I cannot believe it. But Priority is going to try to utilize it to the best of their abilities. Booyah Bomb is going to come through. Desire going to expand their lead as they have 3-2 advantage on the map. SpaceX making it 3-1 perhaps. A delayed wipe maybe in the cards. They're going to have an ink armor with which they will take advantage and trying to lock out their opposition as much as they possibly can, sensing the ink brush around the corner, seeing the ink flying, and trying to combat. You're going to stay away, and that's final, says SpaceX. However, Gorilla maybe not getting the message or just a little bit too late. They will fall victim to the ink brush nouveau.
But not done yet. The Buller's trying to come in and take his own, but there's still members of Desire there ready to recap it in the corners, and they're just adding all the pressure they need just so it's not taken away from them yet, and it's still counting down.
Yeah, they were able to get it down to 78 before the point was recapped by Priority. Desire is not out of this thing yet. Priority has already cut down into their penalties, so, you know, looks can be deceiving. They can very easily retake this, but Desire getting the recap and trying to have this be the tempo that they want to set. You can have those little penalties all you want, but our goal is to retake the zone as quickly as possible. We saw instances of this in the losers bracket, Debbie, and certainly as the tournament progressed. But Desire are very keen to just continue on with these quick little zone recaptures, making sure that Priority do not even get a chance to get their feet set.
That's correct. They're also respecting these legends mostly from these buckets because they know where this bucket can hit and where it can't. So Gorilla and Nolan here have the bigger advantage on these buckets, getting the straightaway shots on them, and just giving them a hard time to get back to zone as Desire is about to take this.
So it seems, and now as we're going in yet again, Priority having to shake their heads and wonder what just hit them. Desire definitely not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. However, should be noted, the last set did end by a score of 4-2 on game number 6. And what are we coming up to right now after Priority took the first 3 games? Maybe now it's time for them to deal measure of revenge, though not before. Nolan leading the field with double-digit splats.
Desire just pretty, like I said, they took the advantage, like the bucket's advantage away, and just locked them out. And they had a person on the zone ready to paint over it when even one member of Priority even got over there. They just continued to add paint and just didn't let go of the zones, but they did when they had to and just took them right back.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder, 2 KOs for an extremely close range composition. I mean, the longest range that you had was the Tri-Slosher. You know, it seems like. So, I don't know. You're trying to rely a lot on getting on your rush downs. That's just easy pickings for someone like Nolan. I mean, you want someone who is consistently punishing overextensions and haphazard play. Nolan has been doing that for maybe not as long as others, but certainly one of the better midliners certainly one of the better flexes on the up and up that we have seen in quite some time. And now as we are going to ride the tower on Sturgeon Shipyard, maybe history repeating itself here, but you're going to see this battle of the K-Pros yet again. And taking a look at the other compositions, this is about what we saw before from both teams.
I'm seeing Madfish, instead of going back to the Charger that we've seen them play on this map, is that they are going back to the Junior, which they brought on Mako Clams, which I believe is actually helping Desire out with keeping up with the pressure of Priority's frontline.
Yeah, and I do kind of wonder about that, as Stalk is going to get smacked around a little bit. Madfish, again, proving that they know how to move on the front lines as well, and just swinging back and forth like a pendulum. But eventually, Priority snaps out of the hypnosis and finds the mark. They're able to accrue just a few more points. Our Priority getting the counter down. 43 points on the board at the moment for Priority. They're going to be content with that as the Priority resets. I really should just say the objective in this instance. I do apologize for that. But either way, it's Gorilla in a 2v1. They manage a trade with the Clash Blaster. That is something you can't help but accept in that instance.
That was a really hard thing. It just, you're going to go down. You might as well take one with you, right?
I mean, certainly. And you know that the Clash isn't necessarily quote-unquote aiming. And if you're the 96, you know that aiming isn't going to necessarily do you any good. So, yeah, I guess it sort of evens out in an instance. Gorilla is going to go down yet again. 3-2 on the map. Priority looking to put this one away. Looking for the knockout blow, and they are down 85 points on the board, and they're not done. They're looking for these kills, and they're finding them, and the knockout blow is applied. Priority number 1 was victory on Terra Control, and finally, at long last, call it at 12:46 Eastern Standard Time. Priority, rage on into the night. Your swim or sink number 10 grand champions.
Congratulations to Priority. It definitely, you came right back and just showed Desire no mercy there. Just came right back with fire. It looked a little worrisome at the start, but a well-deserved win here by them as they just plowed on through that tower game to seal their victory and their title of champions for this tournament.
And it's so interesting, a literal mirror of what we saw in set number 1, where Desire went up by a score of 3-0. Then Priority came back, won 2 games. Then Desire immediately with the reset. And what did Priority do? Immediately right back, winning 3 games. Desire trying to fight back with 2, and then, and only then, do Priority exact their revenge. So it is 6 games to Priority and 6 games to Desire. But that's the privilege of coming out of winner's side. They were even through and through, a couple knockouts here and there, but that's why it takes Priority to win winner's bracket. That's one more for you. Tip of the hat to all of our placements. Obviously, second place going to Desire, and Solar in third. A very good showing all the way through winner's bracket. Only succumbing to Priority and Desire. That is nothing to be ashamed of. So certainly a lot to build on for them. But that's going to do it for us here at IPL. Thanks to Inkfair for doing everything on stream yet again, and all of the TOs here at IPL Splatoon. Oh, wait. Oh, hang on. This is our producer, Inkfair. Go ahead. Oh, yeah. Kira was also on production. Oh, my gosh. That's right. They were running the... We saw their name quite a few times in the lobbies, and Kira was helping us out on stream. And just Kira, the way that they do everything for, it seems like, everyone, certainly one of the unsung heroes in the Splatoon community. Shout outs to Kira, we love you. That was Xylard and Shads on commentary for the first half, myself and Devi on comms for the second half. And Devi, thanks for joining us. If you got any closing thoughts, I'd be down to hear them.
I don't got too much. I think I said what I really needed to. Congrats to everyone. Every team that we saw today gave it their all. They all deserve a big shout out to everyone. Thanks for everyone to participating as well.
I mean, absolutely. And shout outs to the entire community. This does not happen without you. With or without support from up above, we're glad that we can count on your support. So thanks to all of you for coming through. Once again, the final score, it was 4 stalks and 4 wins in the reset for Priority to take it over Desire by a score of 4-2. That's going to do it from us. For all of us here at IPL Splatoon, I'm Stu the announcer saying good night, and until we meet again, happy splatting.